Meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Oops. Good evening, members of the public and the press attending this reconvened full council meeting of BCP Council from the 8th of November 2022. I'm Councillor Nigel Hedges, and as Chair of BCP Council, I will be chairing this meeting. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. This recording will allow a 3 Council chamber. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there are any dissensions. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present at the meeting. As a matter of courtesy, can members indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting? I propose to have a comfort break at 2-hour intervals as appropriate. In addition, I would request that you try and avoid leaving the meeting during the debate. At the start of each full council meeting, I take the opportunity to remind members of the requirements of the BCP Council Constitution Procedure Rules and the Councillors' Code of Conduct. However, high passions run during debate. I will still, as the chairperson in charge of the meeting, expect councillors to behave with moderation and courtesy towards one another, officers and the chair throughout. I expect you to be fair and considerate to your fellow members of this council, and I am entrusted by you to be fair to all. Points of order, if properly made by reference to the provision in the Constitution, will be heard and determined immediately. And for health and safety purposes, members of the public are asked to refrain from leaning over the balcony. Thank you. Just one extra point, members. One or two members traditionally in the past have had my permission to remain seated because of microphone and projection issues that they may face. But generally, I would expect all members to stand when speaking and make sure that the microphone is directed as close to your noise-making part of your face as possible. And there are no barriers in the way like screens or what have you, because it really is important for the live streaming for everybody in the public gallery and at the meeting to hear you all clearly. Thank you. Agenda item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received for this evening from Councillor Mike Cox, who will be arriving late, Councillor Brian Dion, Councillor Cheryl Johnson, Councillor Lisa Lewis, Councillor Andy Martin, Councillor Chris Matthews, Councillor Terry O'Neill, Councillor Vanessa Ricketts, Councillor Mark Robson, Councillor Tony Trent, who will be arriving late, and Councillor Kieran Wilson. Can I just also mention for members' information, this is a reconvened meeting, and 3 members who last time gave their apologies have now been able to join the meeting. That's Councillor Diana Butler, Councillor Susan Phillips and Councillor Anne Stripley.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Could I just point out for the record that it's Councillor Tony O'Neill? Thank you. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest received?
Thank you, Chairman. None have been received, but if any member is required to make any other declaration of interest, could they please refer to the flowchart set out on the agenda for guidance? Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 12, question from councillors. For this council meeting, we have a number of questions from councillors, and I'm obliged to keep this section of the meeting to the 30 minutes in accordance with the Constitution, but with to a degree of my own discretion. Supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to the reply the portfolio has afforded them, but these questions must be indeed questions, not statements. and emanate from the reply just given. I will stop any further dialogue if it does not bring further clarity directly to the issue or does not relate to the subject matter of the original question. In addition, as previously agreed by the Council, the time limit for asking a question is 3 minutes. Councillor Slade, I understand you have a question to put for the portfolio holder for Tourism, Culture and Vibrant Places on the Air Festival.
Thank you, Chair. Initial indications suggest that the visitor numbers for the 2022 Air Festival have been strong, and it was great to see some new features introduced, such as the biplane Sunseeker boat race. Just to clarify, this was a September question, which is why it's so current. I'm sure that in the coming months, lessons will be learned to make future events more inclusive, more environmentally friendly, and to bring more new ideas. I hope the portfolio holder will take the opportunity to listen carefully to local residents and businesses and include ideas to improve the event wherever they come from. One popular feature that people missed this year was Air Festival TV. People told me that they enjoyed seeing the cockpit images on the big screen, seeing the unarmed combat while sat on the beach waiting for night air, and watching interviews with pilots throughout the event. Can the portfolio holder please explain why the Council decided not to include this element of the Air Festival this year?
Thank you, Councillor Say. Councillor Dunlop, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Slade. The Air Festival once again was very well attended this year with high visitor numbers and an economic impact estimated to be close to 50 million over the 4 days, supporting our 1.2 billion tourism economy and 18,000 local tourism jobs. I'm a bit of a loss as to what Councillor Slade means by lessons will be learned. We've got 2 accessible viewing areas, we have 2 accessible car parks, we have a mix of facilities along the promenade to ensure no one is excluded. Our sustainable action plan will grow and be developed over the coming years as we continue to reduce waste, promote reusable waterfills, encourage people to travel sustainably and use the platform to educate on the environment. Our events team are continually developing this event, and this year saw the return of the science, technology, engineering and manufacturing STEM marquee, welcoming local companies to showcase their work and inspire the next generation, alongside the engaging Dorset Engineering and Manufacturing Cluster Conference, bringing 150 STEM companies together on the first day. Regarded as one of the best air shows in the UK, we continue to increase our land and sea content to showcase the destination and in turn providing additional footfall for our businesses at the end of summer, boosting the local economy. We work closely with a variety of business partners, such as the Destination Management Board, Town Centre and Coastal Bids, the Chamber of Commerce and Hospitality. Air Festival TV has not operated for a few years since the contract ended. This year, we were delighted to work with our community radio partner, Hot Radio, alongside our festival commentators to provide on-air commentary for those watching further afield and out to sea, and we'll be looking at ways of providing enhanced live streaming for 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Howell.
Yes, I would like to come back, please.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Dunlop. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of advertising for the Air Festival, which is wonderful, and 10 seconds to tell me why you didn't have TV. Can you please tell me why we decided not to take advantage of the free to the Council Air Festival TV, which has been provided for years up until the pandemic? There hasn't been a full Air Festival since, but I'm afraid you didn't answer the question about why we didn't have Air Festival TV, because last time I heard you can't actually watch the cockpit from Hot Radio.
Councillor Dunlop, would you like to respond?
As I said, the contract expired, and one of the problems with Air Festival TV was that the operator relies on advertising to cover their cost. And those advertising was going off along the seafront, and it was conflicting with the broadcast, with the commentary, the Air Festival commentary. So while we're in mid-commentary flow, you'd have adverts popping up on the seafront. I've been asked this question once or twice before, actually. directly, I think, triggered by the people that used to run the contract. And what I say now is what I said then. We are happy to anyone to approach us to offer an Air Festival TV facility that can be provided to people who have accessibility problems, and I absolutely support that. What they have to be able to do, though, is find a way of providing it so it doesn't clash with the commentary on the seafront. So, sorry, I didn't not intend to not answer your question, so I'm happy to answer it, but that's really why it wasn't reviewed. So if someone can come forward, say, yeah, we can do this, and we're not going to get this seafront clash, I'll be more than happy to talk to them, Councillor Slade. Thank you.
Can I just thank Councillor Dunlop for answering the question on the second attempt, because I did get there eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop, Councillor Slade. Councillor Howell, I understand that you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for sustainability and transport on the Zone A parking permits. Councillor Howell.
Thank you. In the 13 to 15 High Street Planning Committee item on the 4th of October, I requested that a condition be introduced to prevent residents of the new development being granted Zone A parking permits. The head of planning said that this could be achieved by Section 106 agreement, but the transport officer said that this was unnecessary because the transport department could already decide to exclude developments from the permit scheme. As a consequence, no condition was proposed by committee members. 1. Is allowing residents of new developments that have been constructed with reduced or no parking to apply for Zone A permits in conflict with the Council's climate change policies? 2. Given that there are approximately 285 Zone A spaces, but 467 permits in issue, at what point will it become unfair on existing Zone A permit holding residents to issue more permits? 3. Does the Transport Department have an enforceable policy which allows it to exclude specific developments from the Zone A scheme? 4. Please give examples in the Zone A area where this policy has been exercised. 5. If it has not been exercised, will the portfolio holder instruct the Transportation Department to start excluding new developments from the scheme? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Mike Green, I understand you'll be responding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shall try to answer all parts of the question together. Where development takes place within a controlled parking zone, such as Poole Town Zone A, the local planning authority is able to impose an informative on planning approval, which reserves the right for the council to deny parking permits to future occupiers. This aligns with the council's climate change policy, but is, in my opinion, more relevant to the limited parking space available and our wish to reduce or limit congestion and car-based travel within our highly accessible town centres. An example of where this option was exercised by the local planning authority is when planning was granted for number 1 High Street. The planning informative states, the applicant should note and inform future residents that they may be excluded from being able to purchase permits associated with parking permit schemes controlled by the council in the area. This is to reduce the impacts from the development due to the low levels of car parking provision being proposed. Whether the council chooses to decline application for parking permits in these situations is likely to be dependent on occupancy levels rather than the actual number of permits already granted and the total number of spaces available. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Howell, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, the portfolio holder only referred to planning there. My question specifically referred to the transport officer saying they have the right already to do that. So I'd like clarification as to if there isn't anything imposed as a condition in the way that the portfolio holder mentioned, does the Transport Department have the ability and enforceable policy to be able to do that? Because that's what the Transport Officer specifically said to the Planning Committee in that case. And also, in the example that the portfolio holder mentioned, he used the word may, not will. So could he say whether that actually has been enforced on number 1 High Street? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't at the planning board in question. However, as I understand it, the informative is always included in those elements, and therefore there is no need for a condition. Councillor Howell is absolutely right that it gives the council the right but not the obligation to decline. My personal feeling is that we would almost always refuse to grant those permits apart from in exceptional circumstances. And in the case of number 1 High Street, I did specifically check that out. And yes, I have been told that we have not granted any permits on number 1 High Street, whether or not they've been requested. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Brooke, I understand that you have a question to put to the Leader of the Council on a motion put before full Council in July 2019.
Question. Thank you, Chair. For the Leader of the Council, just wanting to know whether he actually voted for the climate and ecological emergency motion that was put before Council on the 16th of July 2019. A simple yes or no answer would suffice.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Mann?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Brooke, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Chair. I thank the Leader for his brevity, but I need to ask, why is it then that the issue of climate change and ecological emergency, which should be at the centre of every strategic priority of this Council, lacks any discussion in the big plan, which is this administration's Bible, and which also had not been presented to a scrutiny committee or to full Council?
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, and thank you very much for your supplementary. I think what I'd focus on is the actions and not words, and what this administration has done, immediately put back in the money that had come out of the climate budget, then we doubled it, then we made it permanent, then we put forward a £20 million Green Futures Fund. This Council now and this administration is delivering on climate because it is absolutely at the centre of what we believe, and you're going to continue to see that through now to May and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Jones, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Community Safety and Regulatory Services on complaints received in relation to people sleeping overnight in camper vans. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This year has seen a sharp increase in the number of complaints that I've dealt with regarding people sleeping in camper vans overnight, especially in roads in the Boscombe Overcliff area, although I'm also aware this is an issue elsewhere in BCP. Unfortunately, under existing legislation, there's been very little that the police or council officers have been able to do to tackle this, with some camper vans being left parked up for weeks or even months on end. One way to tackle this is through the introduction of a PSPO, which other councils have done. Can the portfolio assure my residents that such a measure is going to be pursued, and if so, the time frame for a public consultation and subsequent implementation?
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Dove.
Thank you. As you know, that one of the first measures that Councillor Mellor put into place once he was leader was to introduce a summer response so that residents, visitors and businesses are fully supported during the high demand days that our amazing area experiences. I mean, we could always stand at the end of a pier giving news interviews whilst calling a major incident, blame others and hit headlines. But Councillor Mellor felt there's probably a more adult way of leading the council, and with that, less reputational damage. So as is true with everything that this administration does, we always strive to do our best and bring out the very best outcomes for those who live, work and visit BCP. So during our 2022 summer response, we immediately recognised that the bylaws around overnight camping in particular were insufficient to deal with this matter as effectively and as we would all like. So following the emails which you and I have exchanged over the summer, which I must thank you, I've immediately put forward consideration for a PSPO on this area to officers in September. And as for everything, as I've said, we've hit the ground running. So officers, including the council's legal team, have already spoken to other authorities. We're gathering evidence to consider the range of issues which the council could include in a PSPO. A report will be coming to Cabinet in December to seek approval to launch the 4-week public consultation. And following this, there will be a consideration of all the options available to us to tackle incidents such as illegal camping and other issues such as wildfires, resulting in a final paper with recommendations for our coastal and open green spaces. I'm optimistically hopeful that this will be returned to Cabinet early in 2023 to ensure that any PSPO can be implemented in time for the summer season.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Jones, do you have a supplementary question? Thank you. Councillor Farquhar, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Communities, Health and Leisure on the indoor bowls facility in Kings Park. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak and ask a question. It's been no small amount of time since we've had the opportunity to do so. My question is as follows, and it is a time-sensitive question, so hopefully the answer will actually respect that on behalf of the residents. Could the leader confirm that the decision has been taken to cease indoor bowls at the Bournemouth Indoor Bowls facility in Kings Park from the 1st of April 2023? Given previous assurances that the Towns Fund would be used to redevelop Boscombe and provide health and wellbeing facilities at the centre, what is the future for sports and education provision there? Can the leader clarify if this is part of the disposal of assets? And if so, what steps will be taken to ensure or to allow the transfer of these assets to the community to run for themselves? And by way of information, to inform the reply, the Chief Executive Officer has already been approached by members of the club and has given a very positive response to the asset-based community development and has offered to set up a meeting with the community development team at BCP. Has that meeting taken place, or is it planned to do so?
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. I know that your question was originally directed at the leader, but my understanding is that the portfolio holder for Communities, Health and Leisure will be answering that, so I call on Councillor Jane Kelly to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman, and thank you very much, Councillor Farquhar, for your question. I'm really appreciative that you've asked it, as there has been a massive amount of correspondence between myself and my colleagues here, and also many officers around this subject, so I'm pleased to be able to read this response to you. So a decision has been taken to pause the bowls service from April 2023. The reasons for this are several. Club membership at the Bournemouth Indoor Bowls Club has been declining over the last few years, despite discussions with the club and investment put into the building to try and increase the participation levels. It also could be noted that participation with this sport nationally has decreased over the last few years. But that doesn't mean to say that the people who are using it currently aren't important. They very much are. With the rising costs associated in maintaining the offer, we have taken the decision to pause the bowls service from April 23, whilst we consider the longer-term use of the bowls area. We understand this is disappointing for the club, but we will continue to support them via arranged significant reductions in memberships at the other clubs in Christchurch and Poole, as well as to organise taster events at those venues. Many of the current members are actually already members of those clubs, so they're aware of them already. The skills and learning courses will continue on the first floor. When the leasehold was purchased by the authority via the Boscombe Towns Fund, we agreed that the indoor bowls service would continue for a minimum of 12 months. We have honoured this agreement, but unfortunately we've now had to make the decision, for the reasons above, to pause the service from April 23. As you'll be aware, there are two other indoor bowls facilities in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. One in Christchurch, near the very successful Two Rivers Meet Leisure Centre, and the East Dorset Indoor Bowls Centre. And there's one by the Dolphin Centre in Poole. They both have capacity to accept and welcome new members. We cannot continue to operate the building at a loss under the current cost of living pressures and the adjustments we are having to make to the budget to arrive at a balanced position for next year. We have currently commissioned a specialist consultancy company to undertake a review of the Bournemouth Indoor Bowls Club facility and service. This review will determine the demand of indoor bowls across BCP and recommend further options for the use of the bowls area based on the demographic and the needs of local residents to the facility. The Bournemouth Indoor Bowls Club facility is an integral part of the leisure portfolio of BCP Council. The objective remains to develop the facility into a thriving leisure asset and maximise its potential for the benefit of the local community and wider demographic, as per the original proposals agreed upon purchase via the Boscombe Towns Fund. The building is in no way considered to be disposable, and every effort will be made to bring it back to life as soon as possible. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Farquhar, do you have a supplementary question?
If I may, Chair, yes indeed. So my supplemental question relates to the fact that I asked the question, perhaps implied, but specifically around discussions for the community asset-based to make an appearance. I can appreciate from the reply that a specialist company and a pause and a review on this facility may take some period of time and may interfere or actually conflict with the community actually having the opportunity to actually run the facility themselves. My question is this, and again I appreciate the fact that the Council has honoured, just barely, its commitment to keep it open for 12 months. But my question is this, will we see any movement on what has been outlined by the portfolio holder before March 31st of 2023?
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you very much, Councillor Farquhar. I think it's really helpful that we're going to be open across the winter, so that when they do close for a while, starting in April, then there'll be an opportunity to start playing at an outdoor bowls club. So we, sorry, can you just tell me your question again, please? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. It was outlined that we're going to have a specialist company come in to actually review the use of the facilities. And my question was, will there be any future or any hope for those residents? And they're not just local residents, and I'm afraid that it is a case that it was spoken that it was an intention to bring it back into play for local residents. Many of the councillors here and around this chamber on both sides of the House have received emails from residents from across the conurbation, Chair. So I think what we're looking for is any of those residents that have used that facility, from the clubs from all around the geography, from Poole through Christchurch, do they have any hope for any progress on the future by March 31st of 2023?
Thank you for clarifying your question, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Kay.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. I apologise for having just misremembered. So there are constant conversations going on currently between officers and the members, or representatives of the members, I should say. I think there have been also meetings with a wider number of the residents with our leisure officers. And all sorts of options and ideas are being discussed. I think it's being discussed as to whether the current committee would be able to run the facility. I don't know what the outcomes of those are going to be. I haven't yet seen the report from the company. So there's an awful lot going on, so the answer is yes, but we don't know the outcome as yet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Howell, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for tourism, culture and vibrant places on the Poole Museum.
Thank you. Did the Council consider providing a temporary space for Poole Museum to continue to engage with the public during its renovation? If so, why did this not proceed? If it was considered too expensive, what was the estimated cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Dunlop, I understand you're responding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Councillor Howell for his question. I'm sure you know that I share your passion for Poole Museum. It's an outstanding facility. It means so much to the local people, and the prize at the end of this project, I think, is really exciting. But yeah, a pop-up was considered and explored, but decided against. Aside from the cost of the lease, unfavourable terms and the high fit-out running costs, the pop-up would principally end up being a cafe and a shop with limited value in terms of engagement, and a better solution is being developed. The museum will now have an outreach programme so that we can engage with more of the community during the closure period to promote the museum. This will be called Museum on the Move. It's a travelling museum and it's supported by the Heritage Lottery Fund, and the project's in early days, but I'd be more than happy to chat further with Councillor Howell as it comes together and go through that with you. Thank
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Howell, do you have a supplementary question?
I'd like to thank the portfolio holder for that offer, and I'd very much like to find out more. Thank you. I must admit, I do have some concern about the levels of money having been spent on events. For example, I understand that Airship Orchestra costs £60,000 before you start taking into account council internal costs. And I just wonder whether she feels that perhaps too much money was spent on events, and that is now having an impact in terms of sustaining, more critical infrastructure in terms of culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Dunlop.
The short answer is no, absolutely not. But I am happy to have any conversation with you that you want about events and about the museum. More than happy with you and your ward colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Jones, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for sustainability and transport on cycle lanes. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Earlier this year, the Echo ran a story about vehicles parking in cycle lanes, with the one in Christchurch Road in Boscombe being its primary focus. The cycle lanes in this section of road are regularly abused, with numerous vehicles ignoring the no waiting and no loading restriction at will, day and night. Needless to say, this is causing much anger and frustrations to those who wish to cycle through this area, but unable to do so due to the obvious danger posed by these vehicles. Whilst I appreciate that the council CEOs are doing all that they can to tackle this problem, they cannot be there all day, every day. Will the portfolio therefore commit to introducing camera enforcement to deal with this problem, as other councils are now doing? And if not, advise how he proposes to address this problem moving forward as more and more cycle lanes are implemented across BCP.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We're continually looking at ways to improve the road network for all users, and recently we took the opportunity of resurfacing works to upgrade cycling facilities in this area by converting some advisory cycle lanes to mandatory. The Council only has powers to enforce certain parking restrictions by camera. These include mandatory cycle lanes where a waiting restriction such as double yellow line also exists, so some of those on Christchurch Road in Boscombe would now qualify when they didn't before. Generally, it may be useful to know that where the Council currently carries out enforcement of, for example, keep clear markings at schools, using both fixed cameras and a camera car, the fine income does not cover the costs of enforcement work. Fixed cameras are particularly costly compared with the fine revenue collected. There may, though, be the opportunity for an occasional visit from the camera car when it's not in use elsewhere, subject to other priority demands, and I've asked officers to look into this. The Council can also enforce the waiting restrictions on this route using its civil enforcement officers. And the Council has been working to build up the capacity of its civil enforcement team and will continue to regularly patrol this route in an effort to keep it clear. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Jones, do you have a supplementary question? That's a no, I understand. Thank you. Councillor Farquhar, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for environment and place on the Fisherman's Walk cliff lifts. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair, and here we are again. So, my question, written some period of time ago, and again, time sensitive as regards queries from residents and visitors. The residents and visitors need confirmation that the vital service provision by the Fisherman's Walk cliff lifts will continue to be provided to the residents and visitors in the years ahead, and what this administration is doing to prevent the possibility of a cliff lift closure. There have been concerns raised by residents with me personally that the Fisherman's Walk cliff lift has serious issues, including the chassis needing much work and repairs to keep it operational. Can these concerns be confirmed or denied? Can we seek further confirmation that there will be funds and resources for repairs and ongoing maintenance made available to ensure that this valuable community asset continues to be in service for the community and visitors? In particular, there is a demographic with accessibility needs that would be denied access to the beach should the vital service close. The cliff lifts also provide a revenue stream, and serious consideration should be given to increasing this by extending the hours of operation until dusk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Mark Anderson, I understand you'll respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Farquhar for his question. The cliff lifts are a historic part of the seafront infrastructure and do provide an essential service. They're also subject to ongoing maintenance and repair. They operate primarily during the warmer months and are now closed for winter. There are no plans to close the facility permanently. However, recent condition assessments have highlighted potential issues with the electric switch gear and the lift cab chassis at Fisherman's Lift. Officers are currently exploring the options and costs related to these and aim to bring forward recommendations prior to Christmas, and following on from that, I hope the repair and maintenance of the lifts and associated works would take place in the spring so the services can resume as normal in the warmer weather. I'd also like to thank Councillor Farquhar for his suggestion about longer opening hours, and whilst too late for now, I will take it up with the officers with a view to seeing if it's feasible next year.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Farquhar, do you have a supplementary question?
If I may, Chair, the reason that I want a supplementary question is, again, for those with accessibility needs, particularly those which have mobility scooters or buggies as they're referred to. The reason that it's particularly important that every effort is made to keep these lifts open is because even though these mobility scooters can actually gain access down this steep zigzag at the Fisherman's Walk, is they do not have the battery power, the greater majority of them, to climb back up again. So therefore, should the cliff lift be out of operation, they'll be denied access to the beach because they would not be able to get back off the beach. Hence the reason why one should consider having the facilities, if they can be repaired and it is viable, and the maintenance and the costs are actually included in the plans for this administration and future administrations, that every effort is done so that it can be. So my question is this, I'm sorry to build that up, is what consideration would be given to the Disability Act and those that have accessibility needs to ensure that this facility is actually, and that Act is actually taken into consideration with the reports that come back for the viability for the repairs of the electric systems and the chassis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Anderson, Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank Councillor Farquhar for his supplementary question, and his comments will be taken on board. I would also like to stress that just before the meeting I was talking to the Chief Operating Officer about the lift and about the funding, so I'm very much aware of wanting to make sure it's operating, and we were discussing the making sure that the funds were available and how we were going to use them. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
If I may, Chair, the supplementary question was, what consideration is going to be given to the Disability Act in the consideration of the future plans for the actual lift itself?
Councillor Anderson, did you address that specific point?
I've just been told that the Disability Act has been superseded, so the answer is I won't be taking into account of it because it doesn't exist. But as I said in the answer, we will be considering all disability.
Thank you for that extra clarity, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Slade, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Community Safety and Regulatory Services on elections. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. What additional budget is being provided to the elections team to ensure they have the additional equipment and additional staff needed to deal with voter ID changes coming in for the local elections in 2023 and to provide for the needs of those with additional privacy requirements? What additional work is being undertaken by the elections team to ensure that residents are aware of the changes and to ensure that residents without existing photo ID are not disenfranchised? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Dove, I understand you'll be responding.
Thank you. The Council's recently received confirmation of the funding allocation from the Government, with additional burdens due to be brought in by the Elections Act 2022 for elections in May 23. And there's a supplementary justifications-led bid process for further fundings if required, and DULAC have confirmed that they will fully fund these new burdens. The secondary legislation with the detail of the Act has just recently been laid before Parliament and is waiting approval, which is called the Voter Identification Regulations 2022. And DULAC have confirmed that there will be funding for additional polling station staff, privacy screens, mirrors for each polling station, along with additional office staff, /call centre staff, to deal with the inquiries in the application process. And at this time, the elections team have been advised that there will be a national website which will allow applications for the Voter Authority Certificate, and this will be live in mid-January 2023. And it is planned that our own publicity and communications team will go live at the same time and will advise of the process and the requirements. This is also the proposed timetable for the Electoral Commission national campaigns. Locally, our elections and communications teams have been really proactive and have already been discussing the communication strategies which will complement the general and targeted national publicity being proposed by the Electoral Commission on these new measures. They will be firmed up once the detail that we require is confirmed in the legislation that we are waiting for. Other work streams also include engagement with the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion team, the Communications and Community Engagement Participation Officers, to formulate proposed consultations with older age groups, disability groups, vulnerable residents, or for those whose first language is not English, thus ensuring all information and literature, website information is accessible to all, and so that every eligible person within the conurbation is clear, not only about the new system and to support, but also to ensure that democracy is still upheld by being able to vote on May the 4th.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Slade, do you have a supplement?
Yes, please. Thank you very much for that reply. It's really good to know that there is additional burdens funding. I still have two additional concerns. One is around, you mentioned older people and those with disabilities, but we know it's young people that aren't voting. And in the main, the list of items that are allowed for voting for young people is very much more restricted than older people. So what is being done, particularly around engaging with the under 30s, and what assurance can you give us that people will be able to access this support in their own communities, not be required to come to the main towns, as that is very difficult for some people to do, particularly younger people without their own transport? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Dove.
Thank you. So this legislation and the details, as we know, has literally just come out in the last few days. So the engagement team are working with all the consultations and to make sure that we engage with every one that we need to. And obviously, so I mentioned vulnerable older people, but age is a protected characteristic, and that will include younger people too.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. That concludes Councillors' questions. Agenda item 7, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Council is asked to consider the recommendations, which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I would like to highlight there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and are therefore not before the Council. Item 7A, Cabinet, 27th of July 2022, minute number 30, harmonising community infrastructure levy. Councillor Phil Broadhead, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then Councillor Bobby Dove will second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Delighted to bring forward this paper to Council for hopeful adoption. As colleagues will know, the Community Infrastructure Levy is the levy that local authorities can charge on the development in their area. We have different charging schedules across BCP. That is not changing within this report. However, we do have different types of implementation of the policies across BCP. So what this report does is brings together the three legacy approaches of implementation that we've got with the levy, and finds a way through so that we can harmonise how we actually harmonise these policies into one single approach. Makes it clearer for those, particularly those developers that are having to pay the infrastructure levy, to know the process for doing so alongside the various policies. We've got 3 points to approve within this paper: the approval of the instalment policy, the improvement of the proposed payment in kind policy, and the improvement of the discretionary relief statement. A quick summary of each one. The draft instalment policy is the way in which authorities can outline the phasing and timescales for payment, and we're proposing a new format within there that takes into account how it's been done in some of the legacy authorities and brings a new way forward there. Also make sure that we've got a payment within a certain clear time frame to ensure that we do get that SIL payment on time. We also bring forward a harmonised policy for the payment in kind. There have been various ways in the legacy authorities, instead of money, to get other things out of the infrastructure levy, so commitment to do works, etc., and it allows that to happen, and also a final harmonisation on the discretionary relief statement and policy as well. Hopefully that's fairly straightforward, Chairman. It's been through Cabinet and a number of other forums, and happy to propose to full Council.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Bobby Dove, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Members, would you like to contribute, please, to the debate? Please indicate. Councillor Hadley and Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I obviously welcome the standardisation of SIL. I've got a couple of concerns though. One is the larger organisations tend to be rather better at avoiding paying for stuff and particularly giving them even longer to pay, whether that's the right move. And I'm thinking particularly of in Poole, we had a very large one where they managed to complete their build and go into liquidation before paying any SIL at all. And so how we might safeguard ourselves from that situation, because that was a significant hit for the council. And the others in terms of the administration, so there's 5% for administration of SIL. But when I've talked particularly to our leisure services team, who are responsible for implementing some of the measures that are paid for out of SIL, they don't have the staff to actually implement the schemes, so the implementation becomes a real problem. So something about how we ensure that we are adequately staffed to be able to implement the infrastructure enhancements that would be paid for by SIL. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Brooke, I think you indicated next, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. I don't have an issue with the 3 recommendations and the harmonisation of SIL, but I do have a slight issue with the information that's provided within the paper regarding the audit recommendations, and in particular, recommendation 8, which is supposedly harmonising all SIL expenditure. Now, as I understand it, the neighbourhood portion at 15% goes through the committees, but actually the 25% portion is already allocated to the neighbourhood forums, and they are responsible for actually dealing with any applications for grant from the community, and only the final bit, the rubber stamping, as it were, comes from the council via the head of planning. So there is actually some confusion here in terms of one process covering the whole issue of SIL and the community neighbourhood portion, but actually 2 different systems seem to be in operation. And therefore I would like to seek clarification on whether this is something that we actually need to look at in a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Judy Butt, I think you indicated next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just move this. I'm just penned in on my own bits, right? It's with regard to, I think, what hasn't been said in this, that there is a definite inequity with regard to SIL levy funding in certain quarters of Poole, especially Poole Town, where it's a 0 levy, so they get absolutely nothing from all the development. What I find rather odd is most of the development is actually supposed to be going on in there. It is a definite inequity for the good people of Poole Town, especially as they put up with so much traffic through there, etc., etc. It is a Borough of Poole legacy, I will have to admit, which was done in good faith to encourage developers to come in and develop. But after 10, 20 years of inertia, that obviously hasn't happened. So I'd like to propose a further amendment, please, or a further motion, a recommendation, that the acceleration of the timescale to consult on and propose a new charging schedule within 2023 that meets better the needs of all local communities, especially Poole Town, with regard to the 0 levy, of which they have no enjoyment of the benefits, and they're getting all the detriments. It's just inequitable that everybody else can get SIL and Poole Town can't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. So that's a proposed amendment, yes? You're proposing an amendment?
Actually, it is it's a further recommendation, little d, if I may, please. If I have a seconder, thank you.
Yes, if I can have a seconder, Councillor Iyengar, thank you. Could we have the exact wording? Have you formulated it and sent it to Democratic Services, please?
I can do that now, Mr. Chairman, if that helps. I send it to Mr. Jones. Yep, okay, thank you. I'll do that just now.
Councillor Butt, do you have somebody who's privy to those words at this point who would be prepared to second it?
I believe Councillor Iyengar seconded it.
He did,
You
yes.
might have missed his hand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you have the words, yes. Thank you, thank you.
Sorry,
That's
I second
clarity.
the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, yes, I've got that. Yeah, and that's been forwarded to all councillors now, thank you. I'm sure one of the team will read out the proposed amendment when we have it. Yes, Chief Executive, you'd like to read out the proposed extra recommendation, I think it's been.
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal is to add a further recommendation D, which reads, acceleration of the timescale to consult on and propose a new charging schedule within 2023 that meets better the needs of local communities.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Do members wish to contribute an opinion on that? Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously speaking to the amendment. Yes, Poole People Council has strongly opposed the zero levy charge on the regeneration area in Poole Town when it was set up under the old Poole Council, and I strongly support the move by the proposer to revisit that with some urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Butt, for that, for bringing the issue of the fact that we do not have, I think, a charging schedule across BCP that reflects a reality on the ground. It's an absolutely vital issue. I'm really happy to support the additional recommendation. I suppose a caveat that I would make is that currently that is tied to the local plan creation process. So in the actual papers that we have under item 6, it talks around how that charging schedule is going to be updated and making sure that it corresponds with the new BCP local plan. Because I think what we don't want to do is go ahead of the local plan process, create a new charging schedule, only to then probably have to change it again a few months later. And those two things are quite linked. However, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't accelerate that as much as possible and try and get as much work done next year. It is part of that process. I think it's probably going to happen anyway, but I think the focus to this is really welcome, and I'll be heartily supporting the additional recommendation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Iyengar, please.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. And I
yes,
apologise for not knowing the point of order, but I hope that people will, if the proposer of the motion has accepted a recommendation, does that not automatically become part of the substantive?
Thank you for that useful contribution, Councillor Green. Just going to check that, but if that's the case, then that would save us some time.
Mr. Chairman, it would help, if it would help, we could still continue with the debate while that's being looked
Yes,
into.
indeed. Okay. The next contributor, please indicate. Councillor Bartlett, you were next on my list, and then.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, it was. Pardon me, Councillor Bartlett. I did call you, Councillor Iyengar, but you didn't speak. So if you would take the opportunity now, please. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you, Chair. I mean, obviously, I very, very much support this. I also welcome Councillor Hadley's support for it. It would have been nice if he had acknowledged the name of my colleague who proposed it rather than the motion from over there sort of thing. But just in reference to the Councillor Broadhead's comment, just, I do understand there's a link with the local plan, but please this is probably the most screaming anomaly in the SIL. What should be something very good for residents, the SIL process. This is the biggest anomaly in the SIL process. Let's not have this going at the slowest pace of everything that's happening in the local plan. Let's accelerate this. Let's have it before winter 2024. Let's do something right for our residents in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anger. Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your patience.
I get very nervous when proposals of this nature are made at the, at the last knocking, so to speak, in full council, because it's my understanding that SIL, for example, is at 0 rated in Bournemouth. The reason they're 0 rated is to promote development in the town centres where it's really needed. So whilst I understand the spirit of the recommendations that are being made, there are some consequences of going down this route, and I think they need to be properly understood and considered by everybody. So I just make that point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. We have a response. I'm going to hand over to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. It isn't entirely clear in the Constitution, but if we take this as a councillor amending, altering or accepting an amendment to a motion which they've proposed, then given the consent of the council, then that could be taken as accepted. So if the council were to say yes, then Councillor Broadhead could accept that recommendation. We could then just debate the entire thing in one go, as amended.
Members, would you acquiesce to that, please indicate? Agreed.
Mr. Chairman, does that remove...
I shall take your contribution as part of the debate, Councillor, but of course I would. Councillors Greens, which one?
Mr. Chairman, given the way the debate has moved on, we are indirectly, both myself and my partner, are involved in developments in town centres or potential developments in town centres, and therefore I feel that we should declare an interest in this and not take part in the debate.
Thank you. And do you concur, Councillor Green?
Thank you, Chairman. Just for formality, I need to make the same declaration both on my own behalf and that of my partner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the acknowledgement. I won't use my old line that I'm new at this game, but just for clarification, the proposer, Councillor Broadhead, Deputy Leader of BCP Council, he put a caveat on. Does that mean that the actual amendment actually changes to include that caveat or not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Doesn't seem to be the case, Councillor Farquhar. Thank you.
So just for clarification, the caveat that was offered up by Councillor Broadhead, Deputy Leader of BCP Council, is irrelevant to the actual debate itself, and therefore what the caveat was can be disregarded.
Could you specify the caveat itself?
I think Councillor Broadhead will actually recall the caveat that it has to be tied into another piece of work that's ongoing, so that it doesn't actually interfere with that work itself to accelerate it.
I think there's an indication from the leader that you'd wish to contribute on that.
Yeah, just if I can perhaps assist my colleague. Effectively, there's a recommendation on the floor that my colleague has accepted it. If in anything else he'd said in that, he hasn't changed it, what he's effectively what we've seen and emailed around. So just for clarity, that is the case, and I would look forward to supporting it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Howell, please. I think you indicated next.
Thank you. I'd just like to reaffirm my colleague, Poole Town colleague's statement that the Poole Town councillors for many years have, right from the moment that zero SIL was proposed in Poole Town and indeed Hamworthy, because a lot of the area regeneration in Hamworthy, is also zero SIL. We've opposed that, and in response to Councillor Bartlett, I would say that it is really important to have SIL because it is pretty much the only mechanism that we have for guaranteeing that there will be investment in infrastructure for the local people in those areas. I know the council owns part of that area now, but even the council might be tempted in the wrong hands not to put the right infrastructure in. So it still is really important. I'd just like to ask the proposer, perhaps even the seconder of the amendment, that as they were part of supporters and part of the party that proposed zero SIL in the start, did they actually vote for zero SIL back then? Because I suspect that they did. Thank you.
I know that Councillor David Brown indicated, but I think with the question there from Councillor Howell, I think I'd like to call the proposer who indicated also at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very happy to answer that. Actually, you were part of that as well, Councillor Howell, because you too were on Borough of Poole Council at the time when that decision was made. And things are made in the best possible interests at the time. But things have changed, and the developers have had almost an inertia over so long, and it's very unfair now for your residents. I speak on behalf of your residents in my work as an engagement lead. And the first thing on their lips is, well, yes, it's great to see things happening, but we're not getting any benefit out of this. And we're putting up with all the trouble, but why should we not be able to apply for SIL? And of course, we've been very successful with our SIL information going out and engaging with our residents, because any resident can make an application for SIL funding, which is amazing. So whatever you want, you can put down. And people in Poole Town are saying, but we can't because we don't have any. So it seems a bit of a no-brainer there with regard to that. But just to iterate again, the caveat that Councillor Broadhead has raised, I haven't quite got the technicalities with that, Councillor Broadhead, so you'll have to forgive me. But I'm just looking to see that there's an acceleration on the of the timescale to consult on and propose the new charging schedule, which is fair for everybody. I take Councillor Bartlett's point, but I think that is part of the issue, actually, which does need to be discussed. As Bournemouth in the same boat, were they told the same thing? And actually what's happening there, how is that going to affect them? But there needs to be equity. Everybody needs to get the same. It's absolutely daft to say that some people can have SIL funding and some can't. We're BCP Council. Every single member of the community should have an ability in their ward to be able to apply for SIL funding for things they want, because they've been put to a detriment by development and they should have a benefit in return. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. But Councillor Brown, I understand you
Thank you, Chair. I've taken a lot of interest in SIL, the SIL charging schedule and policies, procedures over the years, partly because in my ward of Bearwood and Merley, there's a massive amount of development ongoing, probably 2,000 new homes, so SIL has a major impact on the sort of attractiveness of development in my area and the funds that are made available in the community. I have quite some sympathy with actually Councillor Bartlett's point, but I tend to agree with the sentiment of the proposer of this about accelerating the review of SIL because of the impact, particularly in Poole Town Centre. But I just note that in the report, it does talk, in paragraph 5, it talks about the decision to harmonise SIL policies, which is what this paper is about, can be agreed by Cabinet and Council, but the SIL charging schedule must go through statutory consultation and examination. So that's quite an intensive process and quite a lot of work there. And I'm just concerned that by accelerating and prioritising this piece of work, the planning policy team will be under pressure to actually work on this, and it could cause difficulties in terms of the development of the BCP local plan. So if we do accelerate the review of this charging schedule for SIL, can we be assured that that won't create additional delays in the actual local plan development, because it will be the same staff that will be having to change what they're doing? And I'm just concerned that we've already got a lot of issues with our planning teams in terms of making decisions and developing our local plan. So I wouldn't want that to be delayed because we want to accelerate this piece. So.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any other members wish to contribute? No. Councillor Broadhead, would you like to sum up, please? Which is your
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to colleagues for the debate. I'll try and deal with a few of the issues that have arisen. Firstly, Councillor Hadley's point around the tendency sometimes for the larger organisations to be better at avoiding payment, and we've all seen that in the past. And I think one of the real ways that that could happen is when you've got different systems throughout the conurbation. So I sincerely hope that a harmonisation, a very clear outlining of what we are expecting and the processes to follow when we are collecting and charging for SIL will make that harder for people to be slightly more naughty on. We have also, as one of my other colleagues made reference to, had an independent audit of the SIL processes as well, which is outlined in Appendix 4, and there is more detail on that. We've had a long external look at the system to make sure that all of the new recommendations that are coming through, I try to make sure that system is as tight as possible. Councillor Brooks-Riggs makes an interesting point, particularly around the collection of admin fees, and again I also welcome his recent interventions that we took through at the Future Infrastructure Board only the other day around the best use of the different ways in which neighbourhood SIL is apportioned. So as he correctly points out, there are other stakeholders involved, particularly those neighbourhood forums that already do SIL themselves. So we are looking at ways that we can make that process not just better and make sure that any admin fees are collected appropriately, but also make sure we get the best bang for the buck as well. And it's tied into a wider conversation we're having with other stakeholders that want to talk to us about SIL. We already have a forum in the Future Infrastructure Board to make those decisions about infrastructure collectively, and that feels to me the right place to bring all of that together. So we are already dealing with that, and I thank him for his attention. Again, I thank Councillor Butt for bringing forward the point around making sure that charging schedule is top of the priority. And, you know, for further clarity, it wasn't a caveat that I put. I said we just have to be mindful of the fact that there are dangers of separating it too far out of the local plan process. I'm confident we can do both, have our cake and eat it, make sure that we keep our eye on the prize with the local plan, make sure that the new charging policy is tied with that, but not just waiting until a year and a half's time before doing anything about this very serious issue. And then the final point I would make would be to Councillor Howell, who made the claim that SIL is the only way to invest in infrastructure in our town. Well, I actually disagree. It's this administration that brought forward our £50 million Futures Fund precisely so that there are other mechanisms to invest in infrastructure in our area. And I'm also delighted with the collective efforts of the team to work with our national government to get vast infrastructure funding through all of the various means that we're doing as well. And that includes our Towns Fund as well as all the other funds that we're constantly applying for, many of which do indeed deal with infrastructure. So SIL is important. It's not the only game in town, and that's why we're looking at across the different ways that we can make sure that we put the right infrastructure at the right place at the right time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Chair, sorry, could I make a personal statement because I've been misunderstood? I am entitled under the Constitution to make a personal statement.
If you believe you've been misquoted, Councillor Howell, there is an allowance in the Constitution for you so to do. If you just hold for 1 second, please. So. If you would, Chief Executive, read out 13.18.
Thank you, Chairman. The Constitution quotes that a member of the meeting may rise in personal explanation should be entitled to be heard immediately. A personal explanation shall be confined to some material part of a former speech by them which may appear to have been misunderstood in the current debate. The ruling of the chair of the meeting on a personal explanation shall not be open to discussion.
The floor is yours, Councillor Howell.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead said that I said that SIL was the only way of delivering infrastructure. That is not what I said. I said it was the only way of guaranteeing. The other ways that Councillor Broadhead is referring to are in the gift of the administration and therefore cannot be guaranteed. The important point is that SIL puts money in the hands of local people who can only invest it in local infrastructure and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. So we can now move to the vote, please, for the recommendation. Those in favour, please indicate. Those against, please. And any abstentions?
To be clear, Chairman, I'm not abstaining, I'm not voting.
Also here, Mr. Chairman.
Totally understand. Thank you for that, Councillors Greens. Thank you, members. Right, item 7B, Cabinet 27th of July 2022, minute number 33, Youth Justice Service Annual Youth Justice Plan. Councillor Mike White, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Nicola Green to second. Councillor Mike White, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Gosh, so much room here. Yes, this is a regular report to Council which includes the annual Youth Justice Plan. It reports on 3 key indicators which are all basically positive. I'm pleased to report that the number of first-time entrants to the youth justice system continues to decline and that figures for reducing reoffending and minimising custodial sentences they fluctuate slightly, but are generally below the national average. This report was reviewed and unanimously supported by Children's ONS. I'm afraid this is way back in June, but I commend this to members for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand you.
Thank you, Chairman. I formally second the proposal set out by Councillor White and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Members, contributions to the debate, please. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I absolutely welcome this report, and it's great that we see this every year and it reminds us of our obligations under the as being corporate parents and in terms of community safety, I do worry that we have a tendency of really celebrating the number of young people, the tiny number of young people that enter the criminal justice system, and forget that doesn't mean that there isn't a problem with a small cohort of young people who are wreaking havoc in some communities. It's really good that people aren't being criminalised, but I was with the police myself on Saturday, and the frustration that they're feeling about young people as young as 12 or 13 that they are unable to control and they have no powers to deal with. And one of the things they said to me was, we keep celebrating the fact that young people aren't entering the criminal justice system, but that doesn't mean there's no crime. So I would really urge our community safety team and our children's team to make sure that we are taking really strong action to work across the different agencies to find ways to stop our young people engaging in criminal behaviour as well as not entering the criminal justice system, because our residents are really suffering. I mean, Councillor Butt is nodding her head. We are both suffering at the moment with large numbers of problems with catapults being used through people's windows, and it's really terribly frightening for people, and we mustn't forget the impact that is having. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Any other members wish to contribute? Councillor Butt.
Yes, but just very shortly, Councillor Slade summed it up very well, actually, with regard to the what sits under the line, so to speak. It's all the behaviours before they actually get to the youth justice system, which is the difficulty. So it's having the radar out there to ensure that that isn't happening, and it is very much happening, and the cost factor of that is absolutely phenomenal. which is also a great draw on the council taxpayers that has to be dealt with as well. So I certainly support what Councillor Slade says and very much hope this chamber will take that into consideration moving forward. But I also support the recommendation as set with regard to the Youth Justice Plan at 7B. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Any other members wish to contribute? Councillor Mellor?
Yeah, I will, and I'll just be brief. And I do support what's been said across the chamber by my two colleagues. But I think it's a real opportunity to reflect on actions, not words. We've had opportunities across this chamber to vote for increases in community safety, increased CSAS officers, which we have put forward at every point. So please, support them and don't just stand there and say, but please, can we have, a tougher on here. We've got a PSPO will be coming through. Great opportunity to support. If you've got a higher bar for how we can engage in these areas, please support them. Our votes in this chamber matter.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Dove, I think you indicated as well, please.
Paper, and it talks specifically to young people going further downstream, making sure that we help them, support them before they get into the cycle of criminality, and I'll talk about that later in the council.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Green, I think is there anybody else? Oh, so sorry. Councillor Burton, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to, because it was quite a long time ago, back in June, that we discussed this at Children's Services. It's virtually 6 months. I won't go through everything we talked about because it's all in the minutes, but just to highlight, just following on what's been discussed, we looked at the importance of early intervention to stop this sort of behaviour with some young people, and also the effect of permanent exclusions and how that affects young people as a way of reducing difficult behaviour.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Hello. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say a thank you to whoever's idea it was to put the glossary of terms used by the youth justice teams. And we've got 3 pages here of really helpful explanation of what the shortened, what all the letters mean. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Any other contributions before I think Councillor Green, you reserved your right to contribute. Would you like to exercise that right now?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe Councillor White's going to sum up. In the interest of time, I don't think I need to.
So as proposer, Councillor White, could you give me the opportunity to sum up?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very much on the same page as many councillors who've spoken. I mean, the point's been made, there are many agencies involved in reducing youth crime. It's a priority for the council, as we've clearly stated, and it's a priority for the Community Safety Partnership. And I commend this report to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. So we can move to the vote on the acceptance or otherwise of the recommendation. Those in favour, please indicate. It's all but unanimous. Those against, please. And any abstentions? Carried. Thank you. Thank you for that. Right, so item 7F and item 7H, finance strategy update reports. It's likely that the debate will be common across both of those, but the recommendations we voted for separately at the end. So if we start with item 7F, Cabinet 28th September 2022, minute number 53, finance strategy update report. Councillor Drew Miller, I understand that you will move the recommendations then for Councillor Phil Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Miller?
Yes, sorry, Chair, to please confirm, am I introducing both papers at the same time?
Yes, please. If you would.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that because there's obviously there's a continuation. So to remind Council, these were a series of monthly papers we wanted to get ahead of where we were in the cost of living programme. Firstly, thanks to Lawrence Williams, Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, Corporate Overview and Scrutiny, and his colleagues for allowing us to bring those papers monthly. We've got two of those here today, one in sort of the September papers and one of the October papers. So it's been really healthy for us to go through that process. Effectively, we've been on a long journey since the summer in terms of where we started from, having a £36 million gap for next year. Through the cycle of that work, we moved down to £16 million, and then in our last two iterations have shown how they get to balance, which includes the October paper. Also extending that thanks to our CMB colleagues who've worked with us relentlessly to try and bring that finance process together, and also my cabinet colleagues as well. So I'm really pleased with where we're getting to now in terms of budget, and actually, a later iteration of the papers that was just been published, I believe on Friday, which takes it a step further and actually shows how we're now looking at projecting more than a balanced position for next year. We can start to make some more positive choices, and also it looks to largely balance. Again, we've got some choices between now and January, which we'll do hopefully as a council in both of the budget cafe sessions, but it now looks that we've got options to balance across the 4-year period as well. If I perhaps just come back to the paper specifically, we've got, there are 3 recommendations there applicable to full council, largely in the September paper, amendments to the capital programme budgeting across both papers, some tidying up of earmarked reserves, and in the October paper we're really positive £1.9 million extra investment in children's services transformation. So, Chair, I'll stop there. Very happy to present both of those papers, and I believe Councillor Broadhead is seconding. Thank you.
Councillor Miller, Councillor Broadhead, again, I'd expect you to second both to say.
Second both and reserve the right to speak. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Members' contributions to the debate, please. Please indicate. Councillor Brooke. Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. It's not actually a contribution to the debate at this stage. It's just a repeat of the declaration I made in the previous adjourned meeting that I'm a board member of BDC, and we are specifically looking at references to the Winter Gardens and Cotlands in this item.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. That's most helpful. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just on both of these finance updates, the two papers together, the big part of what we're being asked to approve is the review of earmarked reserves, which comes to a total of about £3.9 million releasing earmarked reserves, which the leader describes as sort of tidying up of earmarked reserves. Of that, in each of the papers, it has a £1.5 million release from the asset investment strategy, rent renewals and repair reserve, so a total of £3.3 million across the two. But that is linked to the fire sale of non-strategic asset investments, and it says there obviously that those reserves were set up to support that. So if those are being released, those reserves are being released, if we fail to sell those non-strategic asset investments at an acceptable price, or if the sale is delayed for whatever reason, will those reserves have to be reinstated, or will they still be released even if we still have those non-strategic assets on our books? I'm just interested in the sort of linkage there, that actually if we don't manage to, if the fire sale doesn't happen for whatever reason, then what happens with those reserves? And also just a question, the £3.9 million in both of those papers that we're looking at releasing from earmarked reserves, is that additional to the £93.3 million of reserves that this administration has already drawn down in the 2021-22 financial year, 22-23, and the planned 23-24 financial year? Is that additional to the 93.3 million raid on reserves they've already had, or is this 3.9 million part of that £93 million raid on reserves that this administration's made?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Mike Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the previous part of this meeting, on November the 8th, I spoke in debate about the Council's financial position, and I'm pleased to be able to follow that up tonight in the hope that it might inject some reality into the cries of woe, disaster and even bankruptcy that we hear from certain individuals. At last month's meeting, I noted how much better the Council's financial situation is compared with that we inherited exactly 2 years before from the previous administration. I said then that at the same point of the budget process, the MTFP gap for the following year stood at £49 million. And you'll recall, Mr. Chairman, that at that meeting I was called a liar, and indeed one member repeated that accusation even after you warned them not to. Such accusations do make one question one's own memory, so this time I brought with me the relevant table from the 11th of November 2020 Cabinet report, prepared under the previous administration. Sure enough, it does show the base MTFP position for the next year to be £49 million deficit. Indeed, it shows the cumulative gap for the next 3 years as £45 million, considerably worse than the current year. And before anyone tries to blame that all on the pandemic, it also shows the pre-COVID position as a 3-year deficit of over £37 million. I'm not bringing this up as I told you so, Mr. Chairman, although when accused of lying, that is tempting. Rather, I'm trying to demonstrate, hopefully once and for all, that this council is not in the dire state that some of those looking to score political points might want people to believe. It is in a very considerably better situation financially than the previous administration left it at this stage 2 years ago. And I'd make a plea for a much more adult conversation than we've had to endure recently. The scaremongering that has been ongoing from those people may win a few votes, but it's not honest, and I'll ask those who are guilty of spreading these messages to stop it and to start acting in the interest of our residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Any further contributions? Could I? Nobody's indicated. Councillor Rigby. Sorry, Councillor Rigby, please. Thank you.
No problem, Chair. Thank you for that. I've got a question, so almost might like to answer it. There's one cost saving shown in here, which is the deferral of the use of HVO, or the hydrotreated vegetable oil, coming in, which we debated and voted on in Council as part of the administration's attempts to tackle climate change. We've heard from the leader that he is still putting that first and foremost. We've still got cleaner, greener, safer in place. So what I'm seeing from this is that there's savings in ways that you've gone forward to try and become greener. Is that something which we're going to see going forward as removing commitments to sustainability in order to cut costs? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I'll just start and thank you, Councillor Rigby, for that comment. Absolutely not. You know, I think you can see, and I've said it a number of times now, we're committed to actually delivering, and we put real money in, and we're going to continue to put real money in, both in terms of revenue and capital around the climate and ecological emergency that this council faces. So, absolutely not. In terms of, I think it's only Councillor Brown, wasn't it, the other comment. First of all, a comment around reserves. Well, actually, if you actually look what we are doing, you know, both from the budget last year, when we've committed to say we'll have a minimum 5% of unearmarked reserves, which is actually genuine reserves not held for a particular project, so our genuine reserve position, we've said we're going to move that to a higher point, a medium point across all councils, and we committed an extra £700,000 every year for the next 5 years to do that. What you'd have seen in the report we put in last Friday was actually saying we're going to put even more money than that 700,000 in. I believe it was in 1.7 million for next year, because we're going to get there, we're going to stay there, and we'll aim to get there quicker if we can. So that's our record in terms of reserves. There was a significant amount of earmark, COVID reserves, money we were holding for other people. The genuine position of this council is maintaining 5% and then growing it. So, and you asked specifically about the reserves on the asset disposals, and absolutely not. Those reserves have been taken out. If the situation of a council changes, then we'll update the MTFP and our reserve position as is required at that point. But a genuine record of delivering in terms of the financials of his council, genuine ability to look forward with some confidence. And I please, if I will just finish and say, we do have 2 budget cafes coming up. It's really important to me, and it should be really, I'm sure it's really important to all of us, that our budget in February is a members' budget. So, it's why we tried to put a budget cafe in. We're now looking to extend it after we get the government settlement, so we can have more detail at a point in an all-member session, as on top of what we'll have in terms of overview and scrutiny when we'd look for it as well, and on top of the additional engagement exercise, public engagement exercise we're doing. So thank you, and I look forward to those recommendations confidently being supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. So we can move to the vote on them separately. So the first one is we're looking for approval of recommendation for minute number 53. For those in favour, please indicate. Do we need to go to count? I think we're being inclined. Please keep your hands up for the nice and high, please. I'm so sorry. For those minutes 64, please indicate. Those in favour, nice and high with your hands, please. Thank you.
We'll just see if there's any against. We don't count.
See if there's, thank you, any against, please. And abstentions. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, members. Item 7G, Cabinet 28th September 2022, minute number 57, BCP Community Safety Partnership Strategy. Councillor Bobby Dove, I understand that you will move the recommendations, then for Councillor Karen Rampton to second the move. Councillor Dove, please.
Thank you. So the Community Safety Partnership, or the CSP for short, is a multi-agency body which sits above the council and comprises of partners such as the police, health, education, probation, fire service, to name a few. Each year the partnership conducts a strategic assessment of crime and disorder in BCP, and the assessment takes account of crime and disorder volumes and trends, offending and re-offending data, emerging issues of local and national concern, and as a consequence, and as we begin to understand more about this post-pandemic world that we now live in, we've rewritten our strategy so we have a fully inclusive, joined-up approach to meet our 3 main priorities. So if you watch Cabinet, you'll understand where the ethos and the motivation of the approach to this strategy came from, which came across my desk as a quote from the great Archbishop Desmond Tutu. It was a quote that was sent to me rather than himself directly. And there comes a point where we just need to stop pulling people out of the river, and we need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. So with this new strategy, we're quite literally going back to basics and making sure that the support is in place at the very earliest of opportunities. So let's not forget that for some, they were victims before they became offenders. So we have to have the system in place to ensure that we get there early enough to turn lives around, and so that our residents and our families have better outcomes. The public health approach has to be centred to all that we do and comes before we start enforcing with things such as arrests, entry into the judicial system. It doesn't mean that police shouldn't and cannot charge. That decision is entirely up to the arresting officer and the custody sergeant. But we shouldn't be relying solely on the judicial system to rehabilitate our young. It is too late if we get to that stage. We need to be working closer together. And to this point, early intervention is the key. Mainly, the CSP looks at the accessibility to access an educational setting and speech and language support. And we do have the CSP scrutiny session next week, where we have members who can ask more about the charging guidelines from the police if they so wish. Beneath the CSP sit the PCG groups that undertake certain streams of work to meet the priorities, and they will lead on work around domestic violence, preventing school exclusions, exploitation, drug prevention, etc. And using the upstream principles, the PCG look to address the human, social and environmental factors that drive people to crime. Therefore, once we understand these factors, we can look at the interventions that we need to bring about positive impact by ensuring victims and communities are central to the development, commissioning and delivery of service. And this would include deliveries within the early educational settings, where there are complex and additional needs such as familial and personal substance misuse, poor mental health, learning needs and specific protected characteristics. So further to Councillor Burton's earlier point, one of the measures is school exclusions and identification of those at risk, no matter what the reason. We have to recognise that behaviour is communication. Criminalisation isn't the only option available to us and shouldn't be the only tool in our armoury. We need a team around the family and the young person to ensure that their behaviour doesn't escalate if possible. But let's be clear, there is a place for enforcement, and we've seen the benefits that early intervention together with youth support and enforcement has brought about a 23% decrease in ASB in our hotspots in Bournemouth Town Centre this summer. So Chair, I hope this strategy is approved by Council tonight so we can develop a new way of working to have a complete wraparound multi-agency service to ensure that we are upstream enough to stop our vulnerable people falling into the river in the first place.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Karen Rampton, I understand you wish to second the move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I understand Councillor Jane Kelly is going to be seconding.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies for the confusion there. I absolutely want to second this paper. I think it's absolutely excellent. And it affects me in my portfolio hugely because of its connection with strengthening communities and looking after our young people and making sure that they achieve their potential in every way. I want to also draw attention to the fact that I'm on the new Dorset Combating Drug Partnership, which is subtitled From Harm to Hope, which is chaired by the Police and Crime Commissioner, and it's a multi-agency new board. The key priorities really fit so well with the new Community Safety Partnership strategy. They are to break the drug supply chains, to deliver world-class treatment and recovery system, and to achieve a generational shift in the demand for drugs. And this is Pan Dorset. To do that, this board will attempt to, and be very determined to, reduce the drug supply, breaking the drug supply chains, to increase engagement in drug treatment in order to reduce further addictions, particularly in young people, as Councillor Dove has mentioned, and also improve the drug recovery outcomes, prevention of deaths, and also addressing the complex needs of those in the system. With those points in mind, I'm really pleased to second this paper. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Does wish to contribute to? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm supportive of the paper and priorities as a whole. I welcome that. But one thing I'm focusing on is that the key performance indicators. It says they form the basis of the annual report, and I'm wondering if that's enough. Can we not have a 6 monthly progress check? And then moving on to the KPIs, it's all obviously about monitoring increases, decreasing. It's come to our attention in Christchurch that some antisocial behaviour, vandalising bus shelters, although the council workers knew the acts of vandalism were being performed, didn't actually report it. So if that's our own council workers not reporting action, they were obviously fixing the problem, but not actually reporting it was damaged by antisocial behaviour in the first place. So it sort of goes against it. And then similarly on the ASB part, it's saying increased number of joint patrols by uniformed officers, such as neighbourhood policing teams and council enforcement officers. That's great, but again, in Christchurch, we have to resort to third-party security firm, part-timers who have no powers, no reporting or anything like that. So hopefully, again, some action will be positive in resourcing in for Christchurch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is important work and very difficult work, and I commend the agencies and the partnership working that this paper represents. I was interested in terms, and I very much appreciate the idea of going upstream and looking at the causes and the nature of the lives of the people that are finding themselves in this situation and heading for a life of crime and trying to avoid that. But I was also interested in the term sits above the council and the idea, one of the aims is to improve public health and community well-being. And certainly in my own ward, I found that some of the things that this partnership has done to try and improve the situation in terms of ASB in particular, and we have difficulties around the bus station in Poole, they've removed benches, they've closed down alleyways, they've restricted access. And particularly during the daytime, and particularly the elderly and infirm, find those benches really useful. And so there's some unfortunate side consequences of the Act. So you understand why it's being done in terms of the partnerships narrative, but in the terms of public health and a wider public health basis, there's something about how we can ensure that our public space isn't completely denuded of the things that people value in the process. And I appreciate its balance, and I appreciate the difficulty of the job that those teams are doing, but I sometimes wish that, that some of the benefits of the infrastructure they remove are weighed better in the balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Any other members wish to contribute or ask the proposer to sum up? Councillor Dove?
Thank you. I think if I address some of the issues that have been raised tonight, I veer from the scope of the CSP paper. But environmental surveys are really, really key to driving down ASB and negative behaviours. But I'm really pleased to report that actually, with the bus station in particular, we've had some really positive work that's come out of that, which is a mix of early intervention, youth support, and also enforcement. And I think at the last bid meeting, we were discussing about whether or not we can bring the benches back. And we just want to make sure that anything we do is a long-term solution, not just a knee-jerk, but it looks very positive indeed. In terms of CSAS officers in Christchurch, I remember sitting on that side of the chamber when we proposed that perhaps Christchurch should require a CSAS officer. And I listened to that budget meeting back in 2020 it was, and I remember the ward councillor from Muddyford saying, a CSAS officer? Well, the description of Christchurch certainly isn't one that I recognise. So I find it very I find it a great pity that when there was the opportunity for them to have a CSAS officer, they refused and voted against it. But it is something that we're looking at. Christchurch isn't devoid of any enforcement. They do have patrols, and they have a really good, strong policing team. And I know that the leader, the PCC, and our Chief Superintendent have been down there just recently to discuss what can be done and to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Can we move to vote on the recommendation, please? For those in favour, please indicate. It's unanimous. I think we regard that as unanimous. Thank you. Oh, and just to make sure, any against? Any abstentions? Thank you. One. Thank you. Item 7J, Audit and Governance Committee, 27th of October 2022, minute number 148, review of the Council's constitution. Councillor John Beasley, I understand that you will move the recommendations, then for Councillor Lawrence Fear to second the move. Councillor Beasley, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In presenting the recommendations of the Audit and Governance Committee, I do so with the exception of recommendation H concerning public participation. I therefore propose to defer recommendation H pending further consideration of the issues and the considered need for an equalities impact assessment by the Constitutional Review Working Group in its next cycle of business. The other 17 issues are brought to Council, having been recommended by both the Constitutional Review Working Group and the Audit and Governance Committee. Chairman, in doing so, I should like to thank the members of the Constitutional Review Working Group for their detailed work and comprehensive consideration of the issues relating to some 18 items of the Council's constitution. I should also like to thank officers in democratic services and the Council's head of law for their consistent help, support and advice to both the working group and the committee. I therefore move the recommendations A to R, with the exception of recommendation H, and ask that they be received and adopted. And as you rightly say, Chairman, the Vice Chair of the Audit and Governance Working Group and the committee has agreed to second. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Fear.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll briefly say a few words. Happy to second this. We've had numerous meetings now. I would like to thank the members of the Constitutional Steering Group who are here tonight for their input. They were very productive, I thought, across all the items. The ones that didn't get full support, which is the one we're speaking about, item H, is going to go back for a further look with that impact report as well, and that has been working in conjunction with the Deputy Monitoring Officer. So I'd just like to thank members for that, and also as well the Audit and Governance members for going back through our recommendations. And it's a body that is non-political. Obviously we have our opening scrutiny meetings, but Audit and Governance is down to process. And I just wanted to make sure that members on the whole don't play politics at Audit and Governance. That's not what it's there for. I think we've proven that in what we've delivered here. But sometimes members do have to ask questions. So, for example, Conservative members on Audit and Governance aren't there as Conservatives. They're there questioning this administration. So maybe to some of our newer members that when they do see that, it is not political point scoring. It is actually holding this side accountable, even though we sit here as well. So I wanted to get some of that clarification around, and I hope we can get full support on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Any members wish to contribute? Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to recommendation I, and this is about access to documents for the overview and scrutiny committees. The Constitution currently allows the Chair or the Vice Chair of the overview and scrutiny committees to access papers in relation to private decisions of the Cabinet before decisions are made. Okay? So the aim is that nothing is totally secret. Everything will be subject to overview and scrutiny at some point, even if it's only to the Chair of the committee. Now this amendment, what it actually does, is it makes it subject to the following condition, that where the leader determines so, a member of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee will not be entitled to any document that is in draft form. That might be ringing a few bells in this chamber, I suspect. But the outcome of that means that decisions can be made by Cabinet without any sight of the subject by the Overview and Scrutiny Chair or Vice Chair. Now, for me, that means, or that results in a couple of things. Once it means that some decisions can be made by Cabinet without any oversight or even knowledge of the Overview and Scrutiny process. And two, it does result in an erosion of the Overview and Scrutiny process, and effectively puts another nail in the Overview and Scrutiny process coffin. So I would like to propose that recommendation I is deleted from this series of recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
I'm happy to second that recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett, and thank you, Councillor Slade. Any members like to contribute to the debate on that particular proposal, which has been seconded, please? Councillor Farquhar, then Councillor Hadley.
Yes, indeed, Chair. Thank you very much. I applaud Councillor Bartlett for bringing the recommendation to delete this particular recommendation from Audit and Governance. We, at the peer review, just recently, we discussed the nature of the use of that particular power, whether it was defined in the Constitution or not, and to enshrine it is very divisive to this Council. I don't think in the session that I was at the peer review, there was anybody that actually accepted the fact that it should rely upon or be delegated or even be in the power of the leader to deny access to any document defined to be in draft form. We all cast our minds back to February of this year, when documents apparently did exist, and we've danced on the head of a pin repeatedly in scrutiny meetings from that point forward. And it has been the most divisive part of this administration that it was actually delivered for the people of this town, that SPV was going to underpin the budget. And we're now told that we have to accept that, on the recommendation of the leader, that that document, which was invaluable to actually understand why it is that that particular SPV and that particular plan was never going to fly. And the fact that ministers and the Secretary of State have actually torpedoed that, it seems ridiculous to me that we would actually, in this chamber, actually bring into being that we give that power written into the Constitution. So I will be voting for the Councillor Bartlett's amendment to not allow that power to the leader of this council, because, quite frankly, we've seen the harm that it does, and it's not a power that he should have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Hadley, I think you indicated next.
Yes, thank you, thank you, Chair. I don't want to spend very long on it. I think I agree entirely. I think there's something about the nature of overview and scrutiny, and those chairs are sitting to try and enhance, and taking Councillor Fear's point around in a non-political function, to try and improve and ensure that we make a good decision. And the debacle over the Beach Huts SPV is a good example where withholding information was not in the interest of this council at all, and of good governance and of good decision making. And I therefore think that that item should be deleted, because I don't think it's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't actually disagree at all with the spirit of the discussion. However, it appears that I might have misinterpreted what this recommendation was trying to do. As I understand it, currently in Part 4A of the Constitution, we have two rules, 24.5 and 24.4, neither of which are going to be changed. I think what it said in the recommendation was that it was a little bit messy, in that sometimes you could refer to that part, which was about private decisions, another part that was draft papers. So many of us will know various papers that are written, various cabinet papers, through to even overview and scrutiny. We'll go through a few iterations of documents where you're getting the wording right, and et cetera, and the spirit of the Constitution has always been, once that is a form which is ready for a decision to be made, of course that is completely open to overview and scrutiny, but draft papers that haven't yet been finished aren't quite understandable. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. There's a separate point around private decisions and the right of overview and scrutiny, which isn't changed within this, to look at the private decisions before they are actually formalised as well. So there's 2 points: private decisions coming to overview and scrutiny before they're formalised, and then draft papers which aren't quite ready yet because they're going through their iterations. This recommendation doesn't change either of those. I think it just tidies up the wording. I've got Richard Jones and the Chief Executive nodding at me, so I think I'm just wondering whether we could get some clarification over there about what this recommendation does, because I don't think it quite does what Councillor Bartlett is worrying that it might well do, but I could be wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. We all strive for clarity. Could I then ask Chief Executive, Mr Jones?
Thank you, Chair. I'll give it a go, and then I'll call on Richard Jones to clarify. So this recommendation is simply inserting into 24.3 the words "and 24.5 in order to make that cross-reference. So it's not changing the wording of 24.5, it's not changing the concept of which papers can and can't be released or when the leader can make that decision. It is simply adding the words and 24.5 into the Constitution in paragraph 24.3 to make it clear what the connection is. It feels to me that members have got choices. They can either accept that recommendation, they could reject that recommendation. It doesn't change the body of the Constitution, it just doesn't put that link in. Or we could have a completely different recommendation, but I have to say that's not the normal process, because normally a different recommendation would go through the Constitution Working Group and then to the Audit Committee. So my sense of the meeting this evening is probably either agree the recommendation to insert the words add 24.5 or reject the insertion of the words and 24.5. If you want to debate and have a further discussion about under what circumstances documents could be withheld, then I'd recommend doing that through the Constitution Working Group, through the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Could we, I think, on a second, Mr. Jones, were you going to, you're fine with that. Mr. Slade, please, thank you.
I wonder if I could seek a point of clarification. The Chair of Audit and Governance has been talking about recommendations with letters, and our paper gives them in numbers. So for clarity, I think we were talking about not proceeding at this time with what's described in our paper on page 293 as issue 8. And the one that we're talking about, and I'm doing this for purposes of people who are messaging me saying, what are we on about, is issue 9 is the one that there's clarity as opposed to H's and I's and things. So just for clarity, this is issue 9 and issue 8's been removed for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Thank you. Councillor Phipps.
You know, I really would just like a bit of clarification as well on the proposed exclusion of H, which is issue 8. It is very confusing, I have to say, that we have issue numbers and then letters, and all the letters are the same as well, A to whatever, and it's very, very confusing for everybody, I think. But anyway, could I get some clarification, again, I may have misheard or not heard at all, as to why H is being proposed for exclusion here? Because we did agree these at Audit and Governance Committee, and they were already changed from what the Constitution Group had put forward, and we felt, or it was felt by the majority there, that these were an improvement on what had come forward to us. So my concern is that these then go back to the Constitution Group and they come back again with what they had before. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, and just would like to know why you feel they need to be excluded at this time. I didn't quite get it, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Butt, Jay, you indicated, and then Councillor
Yes, I was
Iyengar.
grateful to Councillor Broadhead for clarity, but we are all over the shop a bit here, aren't they, with where we actually are. I'm looking at the number, which is 24.5, limits on right to copies. Is that where we are? Where it says that the leader so determines a member of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees will not be entitled to any document that's in draft form, and the advice of a political advisor. And then it goes on to say that the monitoring officer has discretion as to when other information can be given to a subcommittee, a scrutiny committee. My apologies, Mr. Chairman. So I think we're probably all suffering here from a bit of confusion. I really would like some clarity, because Councillor Bartlett makes a very good point, but I'm not sure if there's a relevance here or not, because I don't have the information to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Iyengar, please, and then Councillor Bartlett.
Very, very similar point. Could we take this discussion out of letters and numbers, please? I can't be the only person who's struggling to keep up with all the letters and numbers, and I imagine people tuning into this meeting won't have the foggiest what this council is talking about. In the spirit of being accountable and open to our residents, could someone actually describe this in common sense words, what it is we're deciding upon here, so that people can understand it? Thank you.
Before I call on somebody so to do, Councillor Iyengar, if we can have the further clarification from Councillor Bartlett. He's proposed to bring more light.
Yeah, I tried to keep it in simple words and I didn't use lots of numbers deliberately, because I didn't want to confuse anybody. But just to come back on what the Chief Exec has actually said, the Constitution it makes conditions about the access to documents. And what this amendment does, it adds effectively another condition by making another part of the Constitution applicable to that particular process. So, and I'm going to have to use a paragraph number, the Constitution paragraph number 24.5, which is what the Chief Executive just quoted. That one would then be an additional consideration with regard to the Constitution 24.3. And it does make it different. It does make the decision resting with a single individual about what the chair, specifically the chair and the vice chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee can get access to. And as I said, the result would be that the Cabinet could make a decision on an item that the Overview and Scrutiny would have no knowledge whatsoever. So I think it's best left as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. You just bear with us, members. Yes, I'm going to call upon Richard Jones to bring even more clarity to the situation.
Thank you, Chairman, for your confidence. Members, sorry, just to clarify, I think if you're minded not to accept that amendment on this occasion, I think it will need to be referred back to the Constitution Review Working Group for consideration. The reason this was brought in was to provide clarity on the Constitution, because there was introduced, when we had the review of the Constitution by Waitmans, they suggested the heading was inserted, which separated out the paragraphs. But this whole section about access to information rights and restrictions is based on legislation, so the Constitution cannot override principal legislation, and it's in the local authorities' executive arrangements, meetings and access to information regulations 2012, and that makes specific reference in its interpretation of documents excluding drafts. So I think we would need to, so what we were trying to seek here was to reflect the legislation and rejoin those paragraphs by inserting the and 24.5. So I think if you're minded to not accept that, it would have to go back to the Constitution Review Working Group. It may not change the outcome of your rights or limitations on access to information anyway, because the legislation would take precedence over the precise wording of our Constitution.
Councillor Bartlett, thank you.
Yeah, thank
More
you,
clarity,
Chair.
please.
Thank you, Chair. In view of what Mr Jones has said, I would suggest that we include paragraph I along with paragraph H for review again by the Audit and Governance Committee. So those two items would then be put back to A&G for their review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. I have to say I wasn't at the Audit and Governance meeting. I wasn't able to attend on that. I don't know how far the debate and discussion actually went, but 24.5.1, any document that is in draft form can be excluded from the chairs of Scrutiny Committee from seeing it. What concerns me is we've just heard, and I know that the Monitoring Officer has mentioned in the past, that the reference to the draft form is an interpretation of the legislation and a justifiable one. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a solicitor, but I have been through that legislation and there is no reference whatsoever in it to draft form. And therefore, I cannot see how to include it here in our Constitution is actually a valid inclusion. And therefore, on that basis, I think there's a need for that item to be looked at much more closely than we actually have done.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr Jones, I invite you to add even more clarity.
Thank you, Chairman. And I can show Councillor Brooke after the meeting, but it's in the interpretations of the Act. So the Act will refer to documents, but in the interpretation, the definition of what document means, a document means any report or background paper other than that only in draft form taken into consideration in relation to executive decisions. So it's in the interpretations of the legislation.
I stand corrected.
Thank you, Mr Jones. Councillor Beasley, I'd like to offer you the opportunity to sum up, please, I think we're seeking clarity towards the possibility of H and I being excluded, but accepting A to R, or how you can make that even more clear for me and everybody else listening. Councillor Beasley, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm grateful to the many members who've contributed to the debate, and most particularly to the Deputy Leader of the Council for setting out just a moment ago some of the issues around issue 8, item I, and for Mr Jones's contributions as well. In terms of how the paper is set out, I'm sorry if members have found it confusing. I draw your attention to the main agenda paper, where both the letters and the issue numbers are brought together at 7J, and that's been consistent throughout those. So I think in answer to both Councillor Iyengar and Councillor Slade, that is the way that it's been set out, and both are brought together. So we'll try and make it easier in the future, but with this number of recommendations, it has been quite a complex issue to put together. With regard to some of the other points that have been raised, I've listened carefully to Councillor Bartlett and obviously to Mr Jones and the advice that he's been given at a legal level about the interpretation, and I'm sure that that is correct. And in fact, in previous conversations with Ms Seiss outside of the meetings, that's broadly what she has said to me in the past. So, Chairman, just to bring this together, I had already proposed to defer recommendation H, which is out of issue 8, and in doing so, moving it back to the Constitutional Review Working Group, so that the issues can be considered again, together with an equalities impact assessment, which I think will aid that decision-making process to the satisfaction of the recommendation that then comes forward. And I will add to that item I, which is in relation to issue 9, access to documents, which is the issue that Councillor Bartlett has raised. So with those two excluded from the recommendations, the other 16 issues, which are set out at A to R, that's excluding H and I, are those that I am proposing we should adopt this evening, Chairman, and I'm sure that the Vice Chairman of Audit and Governance, who also chairs the Constitutional Review Group, will be more than happy to work with me to bring that forward to them at the earliest convenience, so that we can bring those two pieces of work on the Constitution back to the Council for its determination. I so move, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. So obviously we could ask for a seconder, Councillor Firth, for what Councillor Beasley has proposed.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to agree with the Chair of Audit and Governance on that. Just to clarify those couple of positions from Councillor Phipps regarding H, we want that impact report, just so that on that matter we are completely understanding around that issue of participation. So we think it's free, fair and transparent, why we're taking it back for further discussion, which was taken on board at not only Audit and Governance, but at the Constitutional Steering Group as well. So we've had that covered. So we had that conversation at Audit and Governance, if you remember, and we've also had it as well at the Constitutional Steering Group. Regarding I as well, absolutely happy to take that back as well. But just with one point I would say to Councillor Bartlett, from the start when you set out your views on this. That can be further from the truth of where the Constitutional Steering Group was going. Anything of pulling back documents or anything like that would be abhorrent to me, and I know all members across here would agree with that. So there was no kind of collusion or pushing this back in any way. So I just want to put that on clarification, not just for you really, Councillor Bart, but for maybe others outside the chamber that may want to spin a yarn on that. So, and I'd just like to thank again Richard Jones on the help with that. So I think we'll be going back to the Constitutional Steering Group, cross-party as ever, and I think we're just going to get some clarification on those two items. Hopefully bring it back to full council, and then we can set that up nicely.
You're seconding that proposal.
And I will second happily. Thank you.
Okay, members, so we can go straight to the vote before the long-awaited break. Oh, sorry? Sorry? We finished the debate, so we can go to the vote, please. For those in favour... Councillor Howe, yes, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a point about process, so this can be improved for both councillors and for members of the public, because it just doesn't work to discuss the constitutional changes in this kind of format, as you know everybody can see tonight. What I'd like to suggest is that once changes are actually made and agreed by the working group, that the working group then do a Teams call where they can explain their reasoning to other council members and indeed to the public. So we then have a recorded Teams meeting that sets out the reasons for those changes. You can have members from any party that is on that panel contributing to that debate, and therefore then, when we come to the meeting, every councillor should come informed as to each particular item, and there shouldn't really be this confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell.
Well, actually, I'd like to put that forward as a proposal, because I have a seconder, so yeah.
Yes, I think the proposal would be to ask the Constitutional Working Group to consider that request. Could we get agreed on that, please? Is that unanimous?
Mr. Chairman, can we be completely... I am sorry, I am still very confused. We've had iterer from Mr. Jones in an attempt to try and be helpful. I'm not entirely certain that did help everybody in the chamber. But can we be absolutely certain what we are actually voting for, whether bits are extracted or bits are amended or whatever it is, so that we can be clear, and also for the public who may be listening? Thank you.
We're dealing with Councillor Howell's proposal at the moment of his suggestion, with a suggestion seeking for your agreement to take it back to the Constitutional Working Group. Can we have the Chair and Vice Chair, they've indicated they wish to speak. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm a little confused because I've summed up, and we've come to the vote, and then we get a proposed late amendment, and I'm not sure that actually works in the order that we're dealing with it.
I'm not sure either. That's why I was suggesting.
I'll quite happily respond, Chairman, if you'd like me to.
I didn't hear any of that, Councillor Beasley. Could you repeat that, please?
I'll quite happily respond to Councillor Howell if you would like me to. Because,
that would be ideal.
On an earlier set of constitutional changes, we tried just that approach. And it ended in dismal failure because we ended up taking it forward through Council and having a bigger debate than we're having this evening. The process at the moment is that we have the Constitutional Working Group set up in order to get some recommendations which then go to Audit and Governance. And at that stage, I believe, Chairman, that members should be involved. I don't think that we need to do a Teams call. I think that would be really outside of the spirit of what we're trying to achieve through Audit and Governance. Members could then have their opportunity to do exactly as Councillor Howell has suggested, which is to fully understand the rationale and the thinking behind the recommendations which then end up here at full council. The problem is that members don't come along to audit and governance, so they don't participate in the process, and what then happens is that the first time most members have seen this in terms of debate and listened to the arguments and the balance of issues that we are determining is when they come to full council. So they've missed out the first two stages. Some come along, but not very many. And so if Councillor Howell is looking to try and improve on that, my strong advice would be to make sure that that halfway meeting, which is the full Audit and Governance Committee, considering constitutional changes, is the place for all members to come, to listen and contribute should they wish to do so, Chairman.
Thank you for your exposition, Councillor Beasley. So I'm quite content with that, and I feel that the mechanism is there to allow that process to take place. Councillor Fear, would you?
Thank you, Chair. Very, very briefly, because I think we've gone a bit backwards on this. But yes, I would just actually invite members to Audit and Governance. The Chair's already made a plea for that. But you can also ask questions as well. And if you're not able to make it, I know not all members can, so we've got it on YouTube. And then if you still need some clarification on certain issues, then you can always email the Chair, other members and officers. So there are so many different ways of accessing this, and I'm glad it is amusing that we're getting this sorted. But hopefully everyone can be happy with this. Now we can go to the vote. Thank you.
So, thank you very much for that, members. So, Councillor Beasley, if you could just repeat your recommendation, then we'll move to the vote, please. Councillor Beasley, could you repeat your proposal and then we'll move to the vote?
At the risk of being repetitive, of course I will, Chairman.
It's for the record, Councillor Beasley.
I am moving the recommendations set out on the agenda at 7J, with the exception of H and I. Those are issues 8 and 9 for the reasons that I explained a moment ago. And I so move, Chairman.
And it was seconded by Councillor Fear. Nodded, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Right, all those in favour, please.
Do you want to take a vote against?
Those against, please. Abstain. Thank you, members. That's carried. And this is the opportunity, after exactly 2 hours and 16 minutes, for you to have you must be back in your seats. We're ready to begin the live stream. Okay. Thank you, members. Thank you taking your seats. We'll recommence the meeting. Agenda item 11. Notices of motion in accordance with Procedure Rule 9. A. Decarbonising transport. In order to meet our climate emergency declaration, we will work to decarbonise the transport network in the BCP area in order to meet the government's net zero strategy. In order to do so, we will aim to meet government's vision of 50% of journeys within BCP to be done by walking, scooting or cycling by 2030, as per the government's decarbonising transport. Better, Greener Britain 2021 report. Councillor Hadley, I understand you're going to present this in the unexpected unavailability of Councillor Rice at this time. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to inform members that Councillor Rice has safely got home because she was, we had some concerns about her. As Councillor Miller said earlier in the meeting, sustainability is absolutely at the core centre of everything that the leadership does at the moment. This motion is asking members to support the national strategy decarbonising transport for a better, greener Britain, which is very much supporting sustainable travel and the wider impacts mitigation of the impacts of climate change, which we're seeing increasingly. It's a very simple motion, and I just wanted to highlight a paragraph in the national strategy which says cycling and walking can help us to tackle some of the most challenging issues that we face as a society, not just climate change, but improving air quality, health and well-being, addressing inequalities, tackling congestion and noise pollution on our roads. Increased levels of active travel can improve everyday life for us all. And I think that's really important. It is about choice. It's about enabling choice for people to walk and cycle in safety, and also to scoot or use mobility scooters without having to be at the periphery of gulfs in the network. The national ambition is that 50% of journeys should be undertaken by sustainable means, and that is based on 47% of journeys being less than 2 miles. And so for those that can, it's trying to encourage them and provide them the means to be able to do that. So on behalf of Councillor Rice, I would like to propose the motion for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Farquhar, I understand you wish to second the motion.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chair, and I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Would members like to contribute to the debate, please? Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, we all want to increase the percentage of journeys by walking, cycling or scooting. That's a declared aim of this administration, embedded within our local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. And I've stated enough times in this chamber and outside that I believe congestion is choking economic activity into BCP, and if we don't do something to shift people from their cars onto public and active transport, it will rapidly get much worse. But a further aim of this administration is to ensure that the targets it sets are ambitious but also realistic. So my first inclination when seeing this motion was to dismiss it as virtue signalling, because we all know that whatever we do, it's not going to happen. If we're a city region like London, Birmingham or Manchester with a huge established public and active transport infrastructure, we might well get there. But without the billions we would need, and we are not going to receive from national government, we haven't a chance. Thinking further though, there is a way that we can achieve the 50% target sought by those who support this motion. Instead of following this administration's mantra of your travel, your choice, instead of using the carrot, the only way to achieve this target is to use the stick, and to use it hard. It would mean banning cars from a whole host of streets, and we saw a strong hint of that in the summer of 2020, when those proposing this motion announced their intention to close a number, including the cliff top. It would mean restricting traffic flows to a trickle, so the time taken to travel in a car is such a deterrent that people choose to use other means. And it means introducing congestion charges high enough that only those who really don't care about the money will decide to drive. That's not the scenario that I would choose, but it is a legitimate one, and I respect it's one that many, including I believe the proposer of this motion, would choose. It's right that this debate takes place, but it's also right that when each and every one of us decides whether to support or oppose this motion, we are absolutely honest about our intentions. It would be quite dishonest to support the motion to establish a 50% target without also recognising the measures that would be needed to achieve it. So if you're prepared to order those road closures, to accept that car traffic will be much slower, and you'll introduce charges to drive into parts of our towns, then go ahead and vote for this motion. But if you're not prepared for those things, then please don't pretend to our residents that you didn't realise what you were voting for. That's what voting for this target will entail. You'll know, and so will they. So I'll be opposing this motion, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will also ask for a recorded vote when we do.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And that's noted, Councillor Green, recorded vote, thank you. Any other contributions? Councillor Butler and then Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but after Councillor Green's statement, I think I need to point out...
Councillor Bartlett, 1 second. You're standing, Councillor Farquhar. What?
As a point of order, Chair, if a recorded vote is called for, I believe that you have to put it to the House to actually 25% actually as to support the recorded vote.
I was going to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's useful. Thank you. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the motion does actually say to do this, we will aim to meet the government's vision. It is an aspiration. It's not setting out hard targets. There's nothing wrong with setting an aspiration or an aim. We don't have to necessarily say what it is we would have to implement or what the cost of it would be. This is an aspiration. What's wrong with it? If we share the vision of the climate emergency and what we can do to help, you know, why shouldn't we have that vision? So I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Butler. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm probably the only person in this chamber who actually voted against the zero carbon in 2019. Not because I'm anti-walking, cycling, looking after nature. Very much I am concerned about that. But we have to be practical about the people who need to have vehicles. We are at a stage now where we are going to be running short on fuel, short on power. How we're going to power everything, I don't know, if we're going all electric. So we have to think about how we're going to power alternative vehicles. And I think the 50% is, I don't know where that percentage came from for the government, but it sounds very high to me as certainly a starting point. But I would support a much lower percentage. I think this has to be considered because a lot of people need vehicles to get around. We're not all fit and healthy. Some people need to carry other passengers with them. You know, families, maybe disabled people, people who for safety have to be kept in a vehicle for a journey, hospital appointments, things like that. So there's a lot to consider. I know it's well-meaning, but I think it's going to be very unrealistic unless it's refined, really.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Howell, I think you indicated next, please.
Yes, thank you. I welcome this motion. I mean, it does not set targets. It sets an aspiration, as has already been mentioned, and it's really important as a councillor and as councillors that we show our true commitment to what we voted for, with the exception of one councillor, in terms of acting against the climate emergency. Many people will have heard the leader on the Sunday Politics show at the weekend, and he was, it seemed, that he was desperately trying to avoid committing and, well, trying to give the impression that he was against any measures to deal with the climate emergency. It seems that, you know, he's trying to orientate his party around a kind of regressive, reactionary policy of opposing environmentally sustainable travel at the next election. He's still got practically little else to stand on, judging by his performance. So, you know, that perhaps that's understandable. But, you know, it's just, we should not be playing party politics on this issue. This is so important. And if the leader of the council can't give a clear and unambiguous steer that we are committed to the kind of measures that we need to meet the council's obligations, then that's a sad state of affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Councillor Phipps, please.
Thank you very much. I'm very much in favour of walking, cycling, scooting, in fact, horse riding as well. I've used to go quite a few places on horse and cause a lot of traffic jams, so you know, that isn't a problem for me at all. I just wonder if this is achievable. I understand that it is an aspiration. It could be an aspiration that pigs might fly. I'm sorry, that might be extreme, but it won't happen. But my main question here is whether it has been taken into account within this 50% the amount of journeys that are absolutely essential by lorries, trucks, vans, that sort of thing, people actually going to work that have to carry their tools, that have to carry equipment, things that have to be delivered to shops, out of shops, into stock, out of stock, that type of thing. And if they still obviously have to be on the road, I expect, because they're not going on a bicycle or a scooter, then how many people, not just you and I, but residents or whatever, wouldn't be able to use their car to even a reduced amount? You ended up saying, well, we only have you've got to have 2 people in a car. However you did it, to actually achieve this 50%. And I'm just a little bit concerned that this is a bit going too far, as Councillor Butler has said. I am not against this type of thing at all. I think, you know, the sentiment is extremely laudable and very good, but I just question its achievability and the realism of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Rigby, I think you indicated.
Thank you. I was going to stand up and say I didn't think this was going far enough, but now I'm going to have to try and defend this Conservative government paper, aren't I, against Conservatives saying that they shouldn't or don't think it's achievable, which I find a bit strange, but I'll give it a go, right? So there's this talk, isn't there? It's always like, oh, there's car drivers here, there's people who walk and cycle. We're all the same. Most people drive cars, most people walk somewhere, most people cycle somewhere. It's talking about 50% of journeys, you know. This is about creating somewhere where people feel safe to go out and walk, where the pavements are looked after and you're not going to trip up because, you know, they're in a bad state of repair because they've not been looked at for 20, 30 years, where you've got cycle infrastructure which is linking up, making people feel safe, you know. If everyone could walk their child or have their child cycle to school and it's within 5 or 10 minutes, isn't that a great thing? Isn't that something we should really be pushing for? I mean, this is what we want. Your own catchy 3-word slogan is cleaner, greener, safer. That is what this achieves, something which is cleaner, greener and safer. Safer for people who are using the streets, safer for people who are scooting, cycling, walking. We want cyclists not on pavements, we want them to use the roads, we want them to use cycle paths, we want them to use them properly. And creating this infrastructure is what this is all about. You know, just here in this document it says the government are looking to invest £2 billion over 5 years to deliver this bold future vision for cycling and walking, making it the natural first choice for many journeys. Of course it should be. You should be able to walk out your door and feel happy and safe and comfortable to walk somewhere, not walk out, think, oh, where's my car? I've left it because there's no parking on your street anyway. So you've got to walk to find your car to start with. You might as well walk on the rest of your journey, you know. This is what it's about. It's delivering a way in which you can make these journeys easier and make people think, yeah, that's the best option for me right now. It's not forcing someone. It's not a stick. It's saying, isn't this great if we can all do it together and get what we need and get it easily? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Butt J.
Yes, it horns of a dilemma here because, of course, obviously anything which improves climate change is obviously laudable. And even though we had one member who did not support it, she's spoken now this evening with regard to a slightly different stance. But my concerns are that I don't mean to say this. I mean, this could be thought to be some virtual signalling, although I know that Councillor Rigby, absolutely it is not, right, with the deepest of respect. Because it's about the art of the possible for me. Are we going to be throwing a lot of money at this, which is just saying we want to do something, but we might not be able to do it? Is the 50%, as Councillor Phipps so rightly pointed out, doable? Okay, and also in the actual motion, you've forgotten the use of buses. I mean, why are buses not included? Electric buses. You know, why are we not moving to electrifying our fleet with regard to working with our partnerships with public transport? And also, I'm doing my very best to electrify the fleet with regard to licensing. But there seems to be a bit of a disconnect in there. The concept of doing something for climate change, we all agree with, okay? But I don't want to be marked tonight by perhaps abstaining or not supporting this to be accused of, well, you don't support climate change because you don't support everybody's wish that things should be better, when it's not been properly factored out with regard to costs. And of course, these things take time and these things take money actually to do that. So although it's laudable, I'm not entirely convinced that it's actually within the art of the possible, and it has large cost factors involved, and it doesn't involve all forms of public transport, which it should do. And also, it says scooting. I certainly wouldn't support scooting. I would support legal scooting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown, I understand you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of this motion, partly because it sets that aim and sets that aspiration for more sort of non-vehicular traffic, you know, bikes and walking, etc. But surely the whole thing about decarbonising transport, we need to decarbonise more of our private cars, more of our taxi fleet, more public transport, and more of our commercial vehicles as well. We need to have all electric vehicles to help decarbonise our transport network. And I'm just intrigued with this administration's position on it and what's been said already tonight, because Audit and Governance last week, we were told that this administration has stopped all work on the local area energy plan because it's classed as non-statutory spend. And they've got us into such a dire financial state, they're having to stop all spending on non-statutory items, which includes all work on the local area energy plan has now been shelved until April, at least. So that's at least a 6-month delay in the local area energy plan. Local area energy plans is what councils have to do to work with all stakeholders and energy groups across the conurbation, across our area, to develop that energy infrastructure to power a decarbonised transport network, to have all of those facilities and all of those electric chargers for electric vehicles, to have facilities so that buses and taxis can become all electric and be charged. So this administration, as far as I'm concerned, actions speak louder than words. They may talk the talk, but they've stopped work on the local area energy plan. Actions speak louder than words. This administration is suspending work that supports our climate emergency because they haven't got the money now. And that's disgraceful. So I support this motion because it will put more emphasis behind this.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Farquhar, you indicated, and then Councillor Broadhead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm glad that Councillor Broadhead has indicated, because I think we've only heard one voice from the Conservative benches at the moment, and if I've missed somebody out, then I do apologise. Unfortunately, that voice was talking about the stick instead of the carrot, and making it divisive and a battle. The aim behind this motion is not about a battle between cars and cycles or scooters and walking. It's about decarbonisation. That's what it is. It's to aim to reduce the amount of carbon that we burn. Now, one of the biggest burners of carbon is fossil fuels. Unfortunately, a lot of our cars on our roads and our heavy transport relies on the internal combustion engine, which actually runs on fossil fuels. So it's an aim, it's an aspiration. So I don't think it's fair at this precise moment in time to muddy the waters by saying You will be voting for this, so you'll be judged by the electorate because you'll have to be on the side of the car, or the side of the scooter, or the side of the people who go around the world. It's about decarbonisation. I'd just like to, Chair, read something out in relation to this to help people make their choice, and I really appreciate Councillor Green saying that everybody in this chamber has the opportunity, with their own conscience and with their own understanding of the climate emergency and how best to actually tackle it, to vote with their conscience and not vote with perhaps one speaker or any other sort of impediment to their free conscience. And what I'd like to read out, Chair, is this. Transport in this country and every other country is changing. It's always changing and always has changed. Our job is to ensure that it changes for the better, not the worst. Changes for the better. Always has changed, always will change. Change is coming. It is our job as members in this chamber to ensure that that change, Chair, is for the better. So let's not make it a battle of our consciousness or our party. Let's make it a battle of actually saying, is it for the better or is it not, to try and to reduce the carbon which is being used by our methods of transportation. Absolutely, I agree with everybody who uses the sentiment that I can't. I need it for my work. We need heavy goods. We need heavy goods vehicles. Things are changing in those markets as well, in those vehicles. We look to Europe. We look at transportation going to hydrogen. We're looking at electric trains. We're looking at electric lorries, etc. So do we actually want to support, in this particular case, the government's own intention that they are going to put in billions into the actual project itself to support local councils and local authorities to change for the better? And I would like to see this administration, not as the administration, but each and every one of the members in this chamber actually get behind, as Councillor Rigby said, cleaner, greener, safer. And I think to actually support this motion doesn't harm your election chances in any way, shape or form, doesn't put your flag in the ground and say, I'm a car driver, I'm a cyclist, I'm a scooter, I'm a walker, because the majority of us are all of those things. However, what it does say is that I think we should be changing for the better. So I will strongly support this motion, and I urge others to vote with their conscience and support it as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm pleased to rise to the challenge of Councillor Farquhar of not just having one Conservative voice here and being the second Conservative voice, although I would point out that there is only one Labour voice that we've heard, but I appreciate it doesn't really have much of a choice of speakers. Chairman, we've heard from a number of colleagues some really valuable points tonight about making sure that we are not boxed into a position here that is just fantastical, but also making sure, as Councillor Butts said, that, that voting for or against this motion is not about climate change itself. It's about the substance of the actual motion itself. And I think if we actually look at what the motion says, it's actually quite different to what the government's decarbonising transport document actually talks about. I'm sorry to be a bit of a geek here, but within that document, the government says that they will commit £2 billion to ensuring that across the country, towns and cities collectively, by 2030, which is not very long away, it's only 7 years' time, can have the total number of journeys being taken 50% not by car. Now, as Councillor Green points out, that's really possible in some areas, the core cities where they have a hub and spoke model, where with using some of that money, they can really turn the dial up and make those sustainable journeys possible. It's not possible, I do not think, as Councillor Phipps had said, within 7 years to get to a position, even if we wanted to, and I would love to have that happen, to do so without a significant amount of pain attached. But that's not what the government was saying. So this motion is a little misleading by interpreting the government's vision of 50% of journeys within the BCP area to be done by walking, cycling or scootering. That's not what the document says. It's about the collective urban areas of the United Kingdom, which I think is a really noble aspiration. So following on from the point of Councillor Green and Councillor Phipps, we've just got to be realistic with these things. It's inconsiderate to our electorate to stand up here, pluck numbers out of the air and say, well, at least it makes us feel good about ourselves. Chairman, if we followed that through, looking at the council house building portfolio that we've unleashed, I could have picked 20,000 council homes over the next 5 years that we're looking to deliver. Instead, we said we would deliver 1,000 council homes, and actually we're on the track to delivering at the moment 1,400. That's because it's sensible to pick an aspirational figure, but one that we know is absolutely achievable. So going back to Councillor Green's point, I don't think this is an ideological battle about who thinks climate change is real or who cares about it more. It is just about making sure that we are doing exactly as much as we can, but committing to something that is clearly not achievable, whilst maybe a nice aspiration, just isn't really fair to our electorate and would absolutely necessitate very difficult choices. So I will be voting against this, not because I don't believe we should be aiming as much as possible to be sustainable, because I actually live in the real world. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Stribley, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I don't think there's anybody in this chamber who wouldn't like to see emissions reduced and we make a huge contribution to climate change. I don't think that's in any doubt at all. But electric vehicles are not the answer. Sadly, I wish they were. You can drive a petrol car for 10 years before you produce the same emissions as are caused in the making of an electric vehicle with its battery. And then later, of course, you have the problems of getting rid of it when it dies on you. We do need to reduce unnecessary journeys. We do need to walk, cycle or scoot more whenever possible and whenever appropriate. We also do need to ensure that those cyclists and scooters observe the highway code and don't in themselves cause more congestion. We do need to look more widely than fanatics who glue themselves to roads, thereby causing immense congestion and even more emissions. It is apparently a fact that the spurious emails that go around, those that are copied into everyone rather than just the intended recipient, all the advertising and the spam that we get once we've given somebody our email address for a particular purpose, and then you get hundreds of emails come. Those spurious, unwanted emails cause more emissions than the whole of the United States produces in a year. We need a bit of common sense looking at all places where emissions can be reduced. And for one, I would start by, members, please don't do copy in everyone for your own little purposes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really saddened to hear people getting too hung up on this. Back in 2019, we all did the climate emergency. I haven't got my badge, but I've still got it with me and I wear it every day. And we didn't know how we were going to do it then, did we? We had no idea. We hadn't got a plan, but we decided to make the commitment that we were going to go for 2030 for net zero for the council and as soon as possible for our area. We might not make it. There's every chance we won't make it. There's every chance that this whole country isn't going to make the deadline, but that doesn't mean we don't try. And I just think that bringing this forward with an aspiration to back the government's vision, your government's vision, to actually achieve this. And I need to just clarify something which the Deputy Leader said. It didn't say 50% of journeys in cities. I've actually got it in front of me. It was actually only published this July, and it clearly states 50% of journeys, of all journeys in towns and cities, should be walked or cycled by 2030. And I think we've got to be realistic and say, I look back at my weekend. I drove my children somewhere on Friday night. I then walked to town on Saturday. I walked home. On Sunday, I cycled, and then I got the train. So over the course of this weekend, I took 4 separate journeys, one of which was in a car, 2 of which were active travel, and 1 was on public transport. Job done. We're not talking about every long journey, but so many people are taking so many short journeys unnecessarily in the car when they could walk or cycle. And I think we're getting a bit sort of hung up on it being a commitment. It's not a commitment, it's an aim and a vision. And if we don't aim high, we're not going to achieve anything. If we don't say we will, we won't. So let's say we will. Let's do the best we can. If we don't make it and we get to 45%, I think we can still pat ourselves on the back. But if we don't even say we're going to do it, then let's not be surprised when we're all struggling with dirty air in 5 years' time.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Le Pédevin, please.
Thank you. I'm struck by the irony of the administration opposite arguing strongly against a policy put forward by their own government. That doesn't make sense to me. Although I don't think it's the first time it's happened in this chamber, but I can't quote chapter and verse on that. This is very much a head and heart issue. Heart-wise, I'm absolutely for this motion. Head-wise, I think about the journeys I do, mostly short, but longer than I can comfortably walk, particularly as a time issue. My days of cycling are past, I think. Scooting I have never done, even as a child on a pedal, a kick scooter. I could never master it. I don't know why, but I never mastered it. So, that leaves me one alternative out of these 3, which I do as much as I can. But what I do is go by public transport. I use the bus a lot. Not so much trains because of the particular journeys I do, but buses I use a lot. And if I would like to therefore propose an amendment to this motion, which I think might get more widespread support, I hope it will, to add in public transport, walking, scooting, cycling, or public transport. Public transport, yes, it is not carbon neutral, but buses, one bus, is better than 20, 30 cars for 2 reasons, both on pollution, but also on congestion. So, I've lost my screen now. I think although it waters down, I appreciate the actual motion, it is much more achievable, it will get much more widespread support, and people who are perhaps not inclined to think too much about decarbonisation might think about the congestion aspect, and I'd rather achieve 50% including public transport than about 10% not including public transport. So my proposal is an amendment that we include the words "or public transport" on the end. So it's walking, scooting, cycling, or public transport. And I hope I might have a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Pédevin. Thank you, Councillor Trent. Obviously, if we ask the proposer of the motion, Councillor Hadley, if he agrees to that, will we then have to vote? If you agree to it and the rest of the council agrees, we can move on very quickly.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, it is a government target, and it is, as Councillor Slade read it out, that it is all towns and cities. But certainly in terms of the spirit of it is to have a realistic but stretching target that we aim for as a council to deliver on our commitment that we made some years ago now to react positively and urgently to the climate and ecological emergency. And it is that urgency that I think is really important. So yes, I'm happy to accept that if that's what Council want to do. It is not the national target. The national target also talks about decarbonising buses and trains and emphasising that. And again, it's something which I'm keen to work, and I have tried to support the portfolio holder on promoting public transport too. But I'm happy to accept that if that is more likely to meet favour with the Council. Thank you.
Yes, is the Councillor Butt?
Just just a point of legality.
Chairman, it does need, what Councillor Hadley has just said, is that the motion would also need amending to reflect that is not, because at the moment it says to support the government position. That is not the government position. So, and certainly I would support it.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Thank you. Councillor Pedderven's amendment, which the proposer has agreed to, does all council agree that that is acceptable?
Can I, Mr. Chairman, can I just, please, there's just two things. I did a bit of work on this about the legalities of it. And it is legal scooting we need to put in there, not scooting, because people scoot without, you know, don't use legal scooting. And also, it was recommended by the government, it is under government recommendations. BCP Council work with its partners to expedite the implementation of ultra-low and zero emissions. It was in the report. And that statement was in the report from the government. So I'm happy to help with the wording, but I think we need to be careful on the legalities.
One amendment at a time, Councillor Butt. Thank you.
Chairman, we have an amendment that's been put forward. It's been agreed by the proposer. I think the question simply is, does the council agree to that change of wording? If the council does, then we move on to debate the motion as a whole, and other amendments may be put. If the council doesn't, then we have to formally discuss that amendment and take a vote on it.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Is one allowed to amend the amendment before it has been put?
The answer is no, apparently.
But, Chair, if I may, but then it becomes a substantive which you are able to amend.
Yes,
so please, I think we've all agreed that if we you know, I think I heard everybody say agreed around public transport. Then, you know, the next person could then say for the Councillor Green's amendment around taking out the government's bit, and then somebody else, and I absolutely would support Councillor Jude Butt's amendment if she were to raise it at that point around, I forget your point about scooting, legal scooting. So let's just, I believe we're in a position where that is now the substantive, and if I may, while I've got the floor, propose add, take the piece out around public transport, not public transport, I do apologise, about the Conservative government position. I can clarify for that for you in words if you'd like me to.
Yes, could I first of all ask for an agreement on the first proposal, which was to include public transport? Thank you. Councillor Mellor.
Please can I propose an amendment to take out reference to the government's position? Thank you. I believe I have a seconder in Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to confirm the wording, I think what the leader is suggesting is that it should read, under the amendment, in order to meet our climate emergency declaration, we'll work to decarbonise the transport network in the BCP area, full stop. In order to do this, we will aim to. So it's the deletion of the words, in order to meet the government's net zero strategy. And
the government's vision on the next part.
Yeah, can we just be clear about what words get deleted in that amendment? Sorry, just...
Chair, can I respond to that?
Sorry, can we just get the wording clear?
Can we just, Councillor Hadley, as you are leading this, as you're proposing it, I think your contribution will be most vital at this point.
Thank you. I think it's important that we do acknowledge that we're working towards the government's targets. So we've watered down, effectively, the commitment that the government has highlighted, and it's page 29 of the national strategy, if you want to look at it. So I would be happy to add the word working towards the government's strategy and targets. I think to remove it completely sort of divorces it from that very clear national guide which suggests that we should be doing that.
I'm afraid we may be in a position where the motion needs to be completely rewritten to get everybody to...
I have a form of words that may help. Shall I try?
Can we hear that?
Yes,
which is
yes,
the removal.
please.
So I would
Please
suggest
help the Chief
that we
Executive,
said,
he'd like that.
in order to meet our climate emergency declaration, we would work to decarbonise the transport network in the BC area, full stop. In order to do this, we will aim to get to 50% of journeys within the BCP area to be done by walking, scooting or cycling. Scooting, cycling or public transport. Legal scooting, cycling or public transport by 2030 in the spirit of the government's decarbonising transport, a better, greener report. I think that brings Andy Hadley's point in that this is working toward the work that the government's doing. It brings in Councillor Butt's point around legal scooting, and it brings the other members' point about public transport.
Most helpful, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you.
Want me to read it again?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard walking. Councillor, yeah.
So just to be really accurate about it, I just feel the insertion of the word illegal in front of scooting implies that you could do illegal cycling or illegal use of public transport. So I just wonder whether you really need it.
Let's leave it.
I would just leave out the word, but that's...
Councillor Slade. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Too many mics.
I don't know, Councillor Slade.
Thanks. I completely understand Councillor Butt's concerns, but I think there is a presumption that when we're cycling, we are legal. If we're cycling on a pavement, we're technically not legal. And I think that if we're putting a motion down that's going to last for some time, there is a presumption that actions are legal. I completely understand, though, there is too much illegal scooting going on, but I'm worried about, actually, scooting isn't just e-scooters. It is our children scooting to school, which is completely legal and has been for a long time. So I think it's a little bit unnecessary, although I do understand Councillor Butt's concern, and I think there is an assumption that we're always walking legally as well, because if we're jaywalking, that's probably not.
Perhaps it could be helpful that we add the word e-scooting so that we avoid all the little ones going in on their non-e-scooters.
Councillor Earl.
Can I disagree with that on the presumption that e-scootering will be legal within the next couple of years anyway?
Councillor Farquhar, I see you're standing again. Your contribution, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just standing to a point of order for the procedural nature of how we actually offer up amendments, etc. It's not being followed here because an amendment is offered. It is actually put to the proposer if they accept it, and if they don't, then it goes for debate, and then it's voted upon. We have a variety of conversations in the chamber at the moment, a variety of different points of view that have been put forward, and I haven't yet heard the Democratic Services, the amendment which has been proposed in writing as per the Constitution, so that we can all understand what it is that we're voting at the moment. And I think we're in danger of jeopardising this motion, which is an aspirational motion, because we're allowing it to run away with ourselves that we want to add things in. This is very much what the Americans do with their bills. They throw on, they tack on this and that, and then what actually happens is the bill itself and the purpose and the aspiration of the motion itself is lost. So, if I may, Chair, can you actually let us know what it is that we're actually going to vote on, or what we're actually debating now?
I know we actually managed to agree the first one about including public transport, and then excitement overtook everybody, where the fact Councillor Broadhead's rewriting of it seemed to almost hit the nail on the head in one go, but we are in due process at the moment, and there's an awful lot of typing going on my left here, which I'm sure will be shared with you shortly. Councillor Hadley, did you have your hand up again?
Yes, I mean, subject to that typing, I'm happy to accept what Councillor Broadhead was suggesting. Sorry, I'm not standing up.
Thank you for that. So Councillor Anderson, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with what Councillor Butt's been saying about electric scooters and about the legality of them. I actually disagree with what Councillor Earl is saying about scooters, because I think she may be right that electric scooters will become legal. but it will be the roadworthy legal scooters, not the current ones that we have that are illegal and an absolute menace to a lot of legal users. And I think we have to be very careful when we talk about making scooters legal and not legal.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Did you say a coffee?
May I offer up a suggested on the wording, rather than me send it across to Councillor Hadley. I know it's not very consumer friendly, but active travel and micro-mobility would cover everything. As we move forward through, you know, different things that become legal. E-scooters, we didn't know what they were 3 years ago. Now some people are using those weird things that I think are called hoverboards, but maybe they're not. But yeah, active travel and micro-mobility covers everything as it develops, and that would cover everything that was legal, I think.
It's on its way. Councillors, look at your screens for the record. Cannot stop the Chief Executive from reading it out to you all.
Thank you, Chairman. So the revised wording proposed reads, in order to meet our climate emergency declaration, we will work to decarbonise the transport network in the BCP area. In order to do this, we will aim to get to 50% of journeys within the BCP area to be done by walking, scooting, cycling or public transport by 2030 in the spirit of the Government's Decarbonising Transport, a Better, Greener Britain 2021 report.
Councillor Cox.
When we get to a vote, we can consider
When we get to a vote, Councillor Cox, we will obviously decide, full council will decide that it will be a recorded vote, as requested previously.
Is there any more debate?
Is there any more debate? Councillor Dedman.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I did have my hand up before we started confusing ourselves even further with legal scooters. Shall I carry on, Chairman? Thank you. And I haven't lost my thread. Sorry about that. I was a bit concerned about Councillor Green's little talk at the beginning of all this, which sounded like a threat about shall we end up like London or maybe Oxford, which I did hear the councillor from Oxford talking yesterday on a jolly good TV programme. Well done, leader. But even my Councillor Green says that we're not a city, so I don't think we're going to be having charging zones, traffic zones. I would say that this motion is a good thing to aim for. Everybody has said it's aspirational, whether the scooters are legal or whether they're not legal. And as an aspiration, I think it's really, really good. And I must say that I've been a Green since well before A Green, sorry, I'm not talking to you, Councillor Green, or indeed Mrs. Councillor Green, A Green since before we were Green. I've always been very interested in how we save the planet. And so I'm certainly going to vote for this as an aspiration, whether or not scooters are legal. And I don't think I'm going to get on a scooter. I agree with Councillor Lepeverdin there. I might get on a horse maybe. But no, I think the point is that it is a hope. 7 years from now, where will we be? We'll be all hovering about on something if we're here. But no, so I just wanted to make the point, because it is going to be a recorded vote, I imagine, that is why I will be voting for it. And if Councillor Green does bring in traffic zoning and charging like Oxford and like London, then on my head be it, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Is there any more debate? I have some names here, but they all seem to... who's that? Simon Bull, Councillor Bull, yes?
Thank you, Chair. I think we're all aware that we declared a climate and ecological emergency in 2019. And I just lost my screen here. Thank you. And I think the key word of that, of course, is the emergency that we all seem to forget. And of course, there is going to be pain with the emergency. We are going to have to adapt how we live. We are going to have to make changes, and they may be uncomfortable to us. And of course, that may affect people in different ways. We need to accommodate those less fortunate than those who are able to drive and cycle and scoot and walk, make provisions for the disabled, the elderly, etc. But we need to try, and this is what this motion does. Again, as it's been said once or twice, it's aspirational, and that's an aspiration we should be grabbing. It is BCP signalling that we are up for it. We are taking it seriously. We're going to do our bit. We don't know what is going to be happening in the future. We don't know what's going to be available. We might get a government that actually prioritises the future of mankind over the profits of the fossil fuel industry. You never know. And I think somebody over there mentioned, I think the word was extremist, something like that, sort of gluing themselves to the tarmac. But what's more extreme? Putting the planet and the future of humankind in danger by continuing with the madness of the fossil fuel industry, or delaying a few people on their way along the motorways. I think this is something we should be doing. We should be signalling that BCP is ready, is willing to at least engage in the conversation, at least be willing to try, as Councillor Slade said, we need to try. And I think somebody else needs to update themselves on electric vehicles and actually their carbon footprint. But I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Iyengar, I think you indicated in both our lists that you were next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's a couple of points I just wanted to make on this, but modified by the discussion that's happened. The first thing is I'm always up for aspirational statements. I think sometimes we've got to set the bar very high and then we'll come somewhere near it. If we never set the bar high, we'll never get anywhere near it in the first place. I'm up for that. But equally, there's something in this whole arena, not uniquely this arena, where there's so many vacuous statements made, and it's so easy to make those vacuous statements. And the test of something that's been pitched at the right level is something that's bold enough to be exciting and moderately scary, but something, and here's the other side of it, something that kind of unites people, which gives us a feeling that actually something is actually going to happen. It's bringing people together, and it's actually going to make things change. And if it doesn't achieve both of those things, it's utterly pointless having the discussion in the first place on it. And I think I'm happy now with what's been amended here. I don't think it's lost the guts of it. I think this is something here which I certainly will be supporting on this. The second point I'd like to make is, with respect, there's no point people in this chamber talking about their personal experiences of being able to do this, that, and the other. At the risk of being controversial, I don't think the 76 odd councillors in this chamber are a cross-section of the population of BCP. We're making policy here as councillors on behalf of perhaps 400,000 people across BCP, many of whom do not have the choices that a privileged group like this in this chamber do have, which is possibly 2 cars, possibly a load of bikes, and possibly money for buses, taxis, and various other things that we can do. So in setting this policy and setting the rules that we're in office to do, it's most important that we are other-centred in what we propose and the speed in which we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Looking at both our lists here, I have Councillor Trent next. Did you indicate, Councillor Trent?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I did initially indicate to second Councillor Lepodovin's proposal to add the public transport to it. If I were to be pernickety about it, I would actually have changed the target from 50% to a minimum or at least 50%, but I'm quite happy with what we've got. But I think, echoing what Councillor Ball said just now, I think the one thing which we can be certain of is that collectively governments in this country, councils in this country and throughout most of the world are going to fail to meet the targets, and we are going to hit a very unpleasant time at some time in the future. I probably won't be around, there'll be many of us here that won't be around at the time, but I think the lack of action and sort of consensus and such like, I think is going to drop us right in it. But I think what we've got is perfectly good, but I really hope that we do up our ambition, not just on adding cycleways and so on, but to have a public transport system that really works for people, that really integrates. You know, I think we're just a little bit half-hearted about public transport at the moment, and I think that is an important part of any measure to improve things. So I support the amalgam of motions, and we'll...
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Hadley, had you indicated in order? Okay, right. Well, I've had your name. Right, there's a whole flurry of hands have gone up. So, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you. I'm a little bit disappointed that it's been watered down as much as it has, this motion. It started off as something really ambitious and something which, you know, may have been a bit pie in the sky for some people, but at least it was some kind of ambition. While we've been doing that, I was looking at the transport stats for 2020 and how people are actually travelling. And on average, people are making 739 journeys across private and public transport. And on average, 429 of those a year are via car or van. So what we're looking at doing to make that 50% is shifting 60 journeys per person on average, which is not really a huge achievement that we're going to make. In anything, the cost of living crisis is going to do that on its own, and the cost of fuel just by getting out of people's cars. So really what we've done is spent 45 minutes discussing something which is probably going to happen anyway, and I'm pretty disappointed by it. I will support the motion, but it'll be under protest, really.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby, and I must apologise to members. Councillor Rigby has already contributed, so I do apologise for that. Councillor Nicola Green, sorry, you were on the list next. I do apologise.
Thank you, Chairman. In spite of the way I was hoping to begin speaking, I am going to disappoint Councillor Rigby because I thought we might be witnessing something of a Christmas miracle unfolding in front of us, which is that from a motion that I found veering from its benign aspirations becoming meaningless platitudes was how the debate started for me. But actually, I think from contributions from around the chamber, actually, and certainly by Councillor Pedvin's intervention, this motion has become a better one. It's become one that I think has changed the minds and has influenced the way in which we think. It's a challenge to us all. The point that I would make, though, is that no reference has yet been made to the local economy. And while I absolutely endorse the aspiration that we're aiming for, particularly with public transport, we need to acknowledge that for a large number of our population, this is very much an aspiration which they cannot share. Jobs depend upon the use of transport, as long ago in this discussion, Councillor Phipps raised, it is not always an option for everybody, and it's really important that we don't impose restrictions. The people who cannot access this 50% also care about the environment, and I think it's really important. It behoves all of us who can do more. And I accept the challenge of Councillor Iyengar, but I think it's for those of us who can do more, who can influence, who can show leadership, to absolutely do that. But we do need to acknowledge that this does not apply to everybody, and it will seem quite foreign and highfalutin in some senses and disengaging. And I think we just need to make sure that in the policies that fall out of this, in the discussions, we take account of the needs of those people. But I'm really glad that we've gone about this in a roundabout way, but I really think we've got to a stronger motion that we can all agree with, and I'm really pleased that we've come together over it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And Councillor Mike Green, you've already contributed.
Chairman, I did second the amendment which was proposed by Councillor Mellor,
Indeed,
although worded
yes.
by Councillor Broadhead.
Yes.
And therefore, I'd like to speak to that.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I too am very pleased that we've been able to get to this situation. To clarify, the reason that I opposed the original motion was, I think, exactly the reason why Councillor Rigby and Councillor Bull were supporting it, which was that there was, as I said earlier, would have been necessary, had we made those, decided that they were achievable targets, achievable aim, which I believe that we should always be looking at, that we would have had to take some pretty draconian measures. The inclusion of public transport, as these amendments have left us to, now makes it achievable. Members of the Council probably aren't aware that literally over the last few days it's been confirmed that we are receiving £8.9 million for the bus service improvement plan, which we've been hoping to for a long time. And I genuinely believe that we, as a local authority, need to emphasise the role of public transport to a far greater extent than we have done hitherto. And as far as BCP is concerned, that means buses. There will still be some pain to have. If we are to introduce priority to buses, which I believe we will need to achieve these sort of aims, ambitions, targets, whatever we call them, if one increases the priority of buses, one has to deprioritise the use of the private car accordingly. It is all about transferring the space over from one mode of transport towards another, but there needs to be some balance involved in it. I believe that with what we have changed this motion to include public transport, it is now achievable. But I, as I said earlier, am prepared to live with the consequences of what I'm voting for. I hope that everyone else will be able to do so as well, and I believe with where we have ended up, we should all be able to do so. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Broadhead, you've indicated you wanted to speak. Now, you contributed towards the wording, but you haven't actually spoken to the debate, so I'd like to call you now before I call Councillor Hadley to sum up.
Fair enough. Yep, absolutely fine. It's all getting rather complicated, isn't it, Chairman? Look, I'll keep my words short because a number of colleagues have already said the points that I wanted to make. I would just echo Councillor Nicola Green's point. I think this is actually how, as a council, we can come together. We had a motion that a number of members had issues with, not because of the spirit, but because of the application. We then had a very helpful addition from Councillor Pederman around actually expanding it. That then opened up to discussions about ensuring collectively that we were mindful of the legalities, and then we've got to a decision, I think slightly miraculously, hopefully, where we've got relative unanimity, certainly a majority support for the position here. And I think that's absolutely critical. Many of us, most of us in this building did vote for the climate emergency back in 2019. Many of us feel really, really strongly about it. Unlike Councillor Trent, I do hope to be here in 2030 to see this through. I think hopefully many of us will be here in 2030. And that's why it's absolutely critical. We've got to put all of our pedal to the metal to make sure this is happening. We're doing this already, as Councillor Green has pointed out. We've just got £8 to £9 million for those public transport improvements. We've got £100 million through our Transforming Travel Fund, where we are making sure that we can successfully try and move people towards sustainable travel, but in a way that doesn't punish under the users at the same time, getting that balance right. And I think collectively, the decision and the amendment that we've taken through helps us to come together to realise that aim and not try and box ourselves into ideological corners, which isn't in the spirit of what our residents want to see. So I do hope that we can all now support this, move forward, and then do the real graft of trying to put this into action to protect the area for our next generation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead, and I'm going to allow Councillor Brooke to contribute before.
Thank you, Chair. I did show some time ago, and I thought you had actually seen me.
Neither of us have, I'm sorry, but we have now.
Fine, thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the motion, even though it has changed somewhat from the original. I would like to point out that actually we are in climate change now. It is not something for the future. We're already experiencing the consequences, and they will only get worse unless something is actually done. And it raises, this motion and the discussions we've had, raises another point, which I raised right at the beginning in the questions. There is a need to have all our strategies, all our policies related to climate change and not deal with them in isolation as individual silos. That's what this motion is tending to do, and we've been looking at it very much from purely the transport point of view. There's no point doing that unless we also do all the other things that are necessary to ease the issues around climate change, which relates to solar panels, it relates to wind energy, it relates to wave energy, it relates to insulation of houses, retrospectively as well as with new, and therefore it affects planning. And are we actually integrating all those things into our approach at council level? And to pick up on the point from Councillor Iyengar and Councillor Mrs Green, those who can do something should be doing something, because by doing that we will actually be benefiting those who can't. And that must be part of our priority as well, that we do consider those who are not in the position to make the changes to their lives that we can. It's a matter of adaptation. We can't stop climate change, we've got to adapt, and we've got to start adapting now. So this motion has come at a very, very appropriate time, and we must move forward with it and with other elements right throughout the Council's strategies. And I would love to see that big plan rewritten with climate change and all the strategies related to it at the top and working down, if we are going to have to live with the big plan. So I'm going to support the motion quite happily, and any other motion relating to climate change almost certainly will as well.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. So, Councillor Hadley, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and be brief, and I'm not going to address every point because I think we have moved to a position of much more, I sense, of much more collaboration. I think it's really important that we respond to our public, but we also show ambition and leadership and imagine the future. And I think the contribution we just had from Councillor Brooke in terms of the importance of mitigating climate change by preparing for the future is really important. How bad does it have to get before we act? So I think it's really important that we do not just virtue signal, but make a real difference. And I think in accepting the modifications, it's really important we don't just amalgamate walking, cycling, busing, legal scooting and all the other things into one pot, but actually split that out in the implementation of this to try and push forward on all of those agendas, but as separate key topics. There was an issue raised by Councillor Butler about shortage of fuel. Actually, that is driving change. That is driving people to think about the journeys they take and reduce the journeys and think about how they travel. And so in some ways, we should be able to push an open door on that. As I say, I could respond to lots of points. I don't think that's going to be necessary. I thank everyone for the debate and for taking part in it. And I'm sorry it's taken longer than certainly I thought it would, not least because I wasn't proposing this just before the meeting. So thank you very much.
Your indefatigability is admired, Councillor Hadley, as is everybody else's. Right, so would you just like to read out the fully amended motion again? We've all got it, okay. Right, so the request that was moved and seconded for recorded vote?
So it needs 15 to...
Chairman, not required now that we've got now that sanity has prevailed on the motion.
So is that the agreement of the Council? We don't need a recorded vote? Right then. Councillor Farquhar.
Chair, I do appreciate you giving me the opportunity to stand to a point of order. I'm sorry that Councillor Green has changed his position from when he started. And now I'm even more sorry that he's decided that certain councillors can scuttle away and not be accountable for their actual vote in this particular chamber. Particularly since Councillor Green put an implied threat in
Can I assume, Councillor Farquhar, that you are arguing for... Councillor Farquhar, can I ask you...
Yes, the point of order, I would like to call for a recorded vote.
You can't talk over the chair, George.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't want to break it with the hammer. Are you asking the fact that you are insistent on a recorded vote?
I would like to ask the Chamber if they would actually vote for the 25% for recorded vote.
Do you have anybody to second that? Thank you.
Sorry, don't need to be seconded. You need 15 people to indicate.
And I have it written down here, all we need is 15 people to indicate that they would like a recorded vote. It's procedure.
Okay, yeah, that gets you there. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. We will have a recorded vote. Can I hand over to the Chief Executive for the recorded vote, please?
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a vote on the motion as amended, which has been sent to all councillors. If you are in favour of the motion as amended, please vote for. If not, please vote against, or the alternative is to abstain. So Councillor Hazel Allen. For. Councillor Lewis Allison. For. Councillor Mark Anderson. Councillor Sarah Anderson. Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley. Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead. Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Eddie Coop. Councillor Mike Cox. Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Leslie Dedman.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove. Councillor Beverley Dunlop. Councillor Millie Earle.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Abstain.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer. Councillor David Flagg. Councillor Sean Gabriel.
For.
Councillor Mike Green. Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard. Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones. Councillor Jane Kelly. Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawton. Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack. Councillor Drew Mellor.
For.
Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Lisa Northover. Councillor Susan Phillips. Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton. Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Roberto Rocca. Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley. Councillor Tony Trent. Councillor Mike White. Councillor Lawrence Williams. Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe covered everybody. Yeah.
So
55 in favour, 1 against and 4 abstentions.
So, members, that was 55 in favour, 1 against and 4 abstentions. It's accepted. It's carried. Thank you. Which brings us to B, clean up governance on Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council. I'd like to call Councillor Earle to move your motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For a moment there, I thought it might be delayed again, but I'm glad we've got to it now. So I submitted this motion to Council more than 3 months ago, but with every week that's gone by since then, every damning headline, every questionable financial decision, every financial recommendation from scrutiny ignored, it's become more and more relevant. From thousands of pounds spent on fruitless reports by external consultants, government intervention on a futile plan to sell off our beach huts, meaningless directorships which only raise eyebrows, and a governance structure and constitution that has seen the financial position of this council go from bad to worse, leaving us with no choice but to sell income-generating assets or borrow from central government. The residents we represent and the staff who serve this council deserve better. We should be proud of BCP Council instead of being a regular feature in Private Eye's Rotten Boroughs column. The proposals in this motion seek to clean up governance in our council by responding positively and collectively to key concerns raised by the press and the public, including a review of the threshold at which expenditure can be approved on consultants without having a business case, removing the ability of councillors to hold directorships of BCP Council-related businesses, and I'm pleased that Future Places is appointing to remove councillors from the board, and I think we can all agree that there are very few reasons as to why councillors should hold these posts, as it just looks bad. We welcome having the LGA in, as with the peer review and with them in last week reviewing the work of the council. What we need, though, is a full review of the Constitution in conjunction with the Constitutional Working Group and Audit and Governance Committee more widely to close those gaps which have enabled the administration to lead us into financial uncertainty. And reflecting on the last 3.5 years and what we all witnessed in the Chamber and in scrutiny, it's time to set the wheels in motion to look at an alternative governance structure so that the new council elected in May can make an informed decision on how to move forward collectively from there. Finally, this is a bit tongue-in-cheek, despite a public petition signed by thousands of residents, the leader is clearly determined to be a fighter and not a quitter, much like his Conservative colleague Liz Truss. What we saw in that debacle reflects what's happened here in BCP, a leader who thinks they can do it all. So I'm asking colleagues to agree with me in asking the leader to consider whether it's appropriate to hold both the position of leader of the council and the portfolio holder responsible for the finances of this council. By supporting this motion as a whole, we can help build the public's confidence in what BCP Council does and start rebuilding as a council that cares about transparency and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Slade, I understand you wish to second the motion.
Happy to second but reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Members. Councillor Bartlett.
Can I just declare an interest that it's not a pecuniary interest, but I am a director of BH Live, which is a company with a major council involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Ingar, I think you, and then Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not at all happy with this motion, and I speak of somebody who's on 2 scrutiny committees and have been vocal in front of everybody, been a big critic of some of the things that have come through, not just the beach hut, but the various other things. This is something which is trying to address a really quite a big problem, and it's very, very badly thought through, this entire motion. You're dealing with very, very important stuff here, and this hasn't had a moment's thought put into it. I'll go out of order if I may, because I'm going to make an amendment in one of them. First thing is, Cabinet members holding directorships of council-related business. Please don't assume, Councillor Earl, that you are speaking for everybody and saying nobody wants them. On areas which are property and economic related, there's often the suspicion that some strange things are going on. But when it's related companies in housing, community issues, and various other things to do with food banks, for instance, they may get offended with the idea that the council refuses to have people on the boards of those organisations. It's something which is innocent, it's something simple, it's something which should have no problem whatsoever. The point there in that one should be to bring it back as to what the rules should be about councillors being on, because it's different, it's horses for courses. It should be different rules in different circumstances, is my view. Second thing is, consider the Constitution and make recommendations. Very open and woolly. The LGA will kick that back and say, what exactly do you want us to do, please? So I'm going to reject that one completely. Instruct officers to bring a council on alternative governance structures. Hey, please, did you bother to check? The LGA did a report a few years ago rethinking governance, it's still as fresh today as it's always been. The work has been done. The options are there when BCP chooses to use them. Don't waste any more of the LGA's time, and certainly not the officers' time in this council. When I come to 2A, it's the one part I do agree with, by the way, and I've said before in other places. I think, with respect, Leader, the inappropriateness of having both roles, I think, is a point which, again, I do ask the Leader to consider. I support that side of it. I'm proposing an amendment, please, for item 1A on the consultancy, which is big and does not deserve the really sort of, kind of superficial treatment in this motion. Can I give my proposed amendment, please? I've emailed it to Mr. Fraser and Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. They will open it and Chief Executive will read it out.
And in fact, it goes further than what's written here. I sent it to both of you, to Mr. Fraser and Mr. Jones, the same email. Shall I resend it?
Councillor Iyengar, could you read it out, please?
It is being sent out.
Okay,
if you could read it out while it's being processed.
Okay, where the motion, the first bit is fine, and then it says with a view to, and then I propose changing the words after that. My words are with a view to introducing a regular monitoring of consultancy spend across the council, including the right to challenge before contract commitments are made. So, shall I read that again? It's the words in red in the email I sent.
Thank you for that.
So just to be clear, it's deleting the original wording from there and inserting that new
Removing the original ending and inserting this ending.
Right, you'll all have it now. Now that everybody's seen it, do we have a seconder?
Yes, I so second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Jay.
I may be out of 3 minutes. Can I explain the amendment, or am I out of time?
Be really helpful at the opportunity, which I'll give you in a second, please. Okay. Yeah. Yes, now, please.
Okay. Very, very simply. Okay. As originally, I can see where the original motion came from, but basically, look, first of all, I agree with the idea, big spend and not least the beach huts, risk that things are done quickly. However, to set a threshold is simply wrong. It can be got round. Projects can be subdivided into smaller amounts that get under the threshold. It's of no use whatsoever as a policing tactic. Secondly, the existence of a business case. That actually solves nothing because the business case can be written by those who want the scheme to happen in such a way that it just happens. We all know this can happen. Let's not fall foul of that. A rules-based approach just won't work with this kind of thing that we're after. I'll be very unhappy if we just go for an arbitrary rule with this. What I want to see is much more openness in the Scrutiny Committee, or if appropriate, in the Audit and Governance Committee, where there's kind of something of approaching open book on the consultancy spend, the big stuff and the small stuff, and there can be a selective discussion about the risks. That's it, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Earl.
I'm quite happy to amend the motion rather than it having to be voted on as proposer and seconder.
Does Council accept that proposal? Councillor Bartlett?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, were you addressing me?
Councillor Bartlett, I've called.
Right.
So I do have a slight question over the amended wording.
Microphone, Councillor Bartlett.
It is, I have got it on, Chair.
Oh, sorry, it was covered by your laptop.
Sorry, yeah. So, the proposal is the end of the sentence, including the right to challenge before contract commitments are made. I think this probably crosses over the financial regulations that we apply. And I think there could be a mixture there. And I think the financial regulations may have to be reviewed if this amendment is implemented. That's why I say it's just a word of caution.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bartlett. Rather than take it to wider debate, we have an agreement of an amendment and from the proposer to who's happy with that amendment. Can we seek agreement from Council that that would be the new motion to debate? Is there a general consensus of acceptance of the... It's not as loud and agreed as I would wish for. Is it agreed? It's agreed. Thank you. Is that important?
Well, I haven't seen anything. Well, it's half the council.
Yeah. Agreed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Open the amended.
Open debate on the amended. Councillor Filer.
On the amended.
On the amended. Now becomes a substantive. Councillor Filer.
I suppose now we are talking about the main motion. Not good. Council, I am really proud to be a member of this council. This idea that people are ashamed in some way, I'm absolutely shocked to hear that. You know, we're not ruled by private eye. Private eye's got its own agenda, which I don't subscribe to, and only those people who are interested in gossip and chitter-chatter are the people who... I am proud to be a member of this council. I believe it's well run. Things have gone wrong. They've gone wrong always. I've been a councillor for 20 years, and over those 20 years, there's never been a year when things haven't gone wrong. And I feel... I'm not going to address every single item of these points, but I absolutely feel that this council must be run by those of us, all of us, who were elected to run the council. This is not going to be a council that's run by officers. No offence to any of our officers, but that's what we were elected for, to make decisions. And if we bar senior councillors from serving on council-related business, they're not getting money for it. Regardless of what the private eye might say, people don't get any money. Things like we've just heard, BH Live, all those different organisations which do so much good, of course we've got to have representation on them. And why would we want to ban our senior members from doing that, regardless of who's in charge and which party? They're the people who know more, have got more interest, more, and the interest of the town in their hearts. I absolutely disagree with this 100%. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filer. Councillor Edwards, did you indicate at some point?
Thank you, Chair. It was only to say that to declare a non-pecuniary interest, I'm on the panel of the BH Live Enterprise Board.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm going to resist the temptation to replay the last council meeting where we talked about the rights and wrongs in terms of what we're doing and what others have done in the past. It could just go on further, except to say that Councillor Earle's accusations are a version of reality, and it's not surprising, and I think it's absolutely acceptable for the Liberal Democrats to bring forward this motion and try and politicise this close to an election. I don't hold that against them. I'd probably be doing the same if I was in the opposite position, particularly in light of our fact, as we said earlier on, our recent financial position showing that we've now got a budget surplus for this year, a budget surplus for next year to help meet the cost of living challenges, and now a medium-term financial plan which is largely balanced. That I don't know any upper-tier authority that is in that position of financial sustainability. So, although I won't talk about it, I think I probably just did. What I would do is agree with Councillor Iyenga's points, and although there has been now a minor amendment made to Section A, all of the rest of it is something that is just not going to work in reality. In fact, even the amended A point now, asking our audit and governance to go and look at these things, it's perfectly within the remit of audit and governance to look at this on their own without council standing up here and telling them what to do. And actually, I think we should all be proud of the non-partisan, non-political way that audit and governance do look at issues like this and bring forward recommendations as we've seen earlier on today. So I think even the amended A is actually unnecessary because it's absolutely within audit and governance remit to look at this stuff anyway. And then as Councillor Iyenga pointed out, the B, C and D are things which again is just not going to achieve what we're looking for. I agree with Councillor Anne Filer's point as well as Councillor Iyenga's point that I think our residents, the idea that elected members shouldn't be having oversight over the council-owned companies is absolute nonsense. So basically what we're saying is there is a dereliction of duty and those that are elected shouldn't take these unpaid positions as part of their leadership. And bear in mind we have cross-party members on a number of these companies to make sure that we do have oversight of these council operations. I think that's what the public would expect, not want. Councillor Iyenga made the correct point as well around the LGA and the Constitution. Actually, we did a tremendous amount of work at the beginning to get the Constitution as fit as we could with the new Council, and we've had many iterations of that going forward. It is probably one of the most up-to-date constitutions in the country, and I'm not sure what the LGA would be able to add on to that. And then finally, as Councillor Iyenga again pointed out, the idea that we need to commission our officers to spend time and effort to look at the different options, they are out there. So I think all of these points, the first one, audit and governance can look at anyway, the other three won't achieve anything except try and serve election material for the Liberal Democrats, which I do not hold them against. It's exactly what they're trying to do tonight. I think we need to rise above that. If councillors want to get involved in the various scrutiny and audit boards to look at this stuff, they're more than pleased to do it. But you know, at 10 o'clock at night in the council chamber is probably not the place to come up with policy on the fly.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Butt, Jay.
Well, there's not a lot left for me to say, really, is there, between what Councillor Iyenga said and what Councillor Broadhead said. I think the generality is they've picked out all the points as to why this is not a good move. So I think just as seconding the amendment to the motion, I will leave it there. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Slade.
Thank you. I think we should remember that this motion was brought at the beginning of September. You know, we didn't ask for it to be December, but by the time it got heard, and some items have moved on a little bit. I welcome Councillor Iyenga's improvement of item 1A, and that's been accepted without problem. I think we're sort of trying to conflate a couple of things. 1B states that cabinet members shouldn't hold directorships of council-related businesses. Interesting that we have all just agreed that the leader and the deputy leader should not be directors of BCP Future Places. We've actually agreed that, we've taken them off, and we've actually made that. They need to declare.
I've had a speech made against the direct speech. I'd like to make a personal statement.
You may.
Thank you very much. To be really clear, the Council has not decided that Councillor Mellor and myself are coming off Future Places, which is our regeneration company. The very first business plan that we took 18 months ago for Future Places said that our aspiration was within 18 months, I think it actually said in that report, that we'd move to a non-executive director model because we had a commissioning model for Future Places. The very first business plan said that once we got those non-executive directors in place, Councillor Mellor and I would come off the board. So it is not a change from the beginning, it's actually a fulfilment of exactly what we said we'd do. That's very different to a number of other companies. Hope that clarifies.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
I shall carry on. Thank you very much.
Please continue, Councillor Slade.
No, seriously, I'm not doing this rubbish about it's 10 o'clock at night, we don't want to talk about it now. If you hadn't wasted hours talking about a load of stuff earlier on, we'd be 9 o'clock at night. The reality is this, okay? The reality is this. We all agreed it was not appropriate for the leader and the deputy leader to be on Future Places. We all agreed that. Well, we did. We all agreed that we wanted. Please
please don't interrupt Councillor Slade. Councillor Slade, continue.
Thank you.
Councillor Slade, please continue.
Thank you. The company that was formed does not have councillors on it for a reason, because it was deemed better to have a non-executive director model. Tricuro does not have councillors as directors. It has a separate stakeholder board. In the conversations that we have had with Sir Kerslake, or Lord Kerslake, who is now the non-exec director, chair of the non-exec directors of BCP Future Places, he did actually say there are two ways of doing these director models. One is to have members cross-party as directors. The other is to take members off of directorships. So the reason that we have put this forward is because the public are very uncomfortable when they see councillors as company directors. They don't have a problem with councillors sitting on the management committee of a youth centre, or chairing something, a board of a food bank. They have an issue with being a company director. They say it regularly. They write into the paper and say, we don't think it's appropriate to be a company director. Do you not want to interrupt? So the question there is actually about taking cabinet members and, as far as I'm concerned, councillors off of directorships and following a different model in terms of the way that we show governance and leadership. That is what this is about. It is not suggesting that we don't have oversight. It's suggesting that it's not using a company director model. Item C, inviting the LGA to consider the Constitution. Many of us were in this chamber last week talking again to the LGA about how this Constitution is not fit for purpose. Councillor Beasley was in the room with us and was listening to further changes that we wanted to make. This is simply indicating that we do not feel that our Constitution is right yet, and that we want the LGA or another appropriate body to continue to come in and improve our governance. The suggestion that we could choose to engage with it if we wanted to is for the birds, really, because most of us did actually vote to improve our scrutiny, and 2 members with COVID were brought in.
That's now 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was interrupted.
Yeah, I've included your interruptions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up a couple of points, because I think a lot of what I was going to say has already been covered. Sorry, I just do a little feedback. Something's gone wrong. Yeah. There we go. That's better. My microphone doesn't like me. Just the first point, based on what Councillor Slade pointed out there, I think she's quite clearly demonstrated with Tricuro and Future Places that we have a good track record of common sense when it comes to directorships of outside companies. Clearly, as Councillor Slade's very well put argument, common sense dictates that a blanket policy is just not going to work. Removing councillors from directorships on all companies is not an example of common sense. We have so many examples of where it works and where it's absolutely vital of relaying our public's concerns. Secondly, just to touch on point D, I believe it is, regarding the LGA and potential other governance methods, I think it's quite ironic given that the Unity Alliance itself owes its existence to a cabinet model. Without a cabinet model, it would not have been able to form a cohesive administration, the right people in the right cabinet posts, good politics, clever politics, and it worked for 18 months, and I think it's rather ironic now that there is quite a clear push to move away from something to which they owe their very existence. So I don't think this motion is particularly well thought through, Chair, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Councillor Trent, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to be repeating a line which I used in part 1 of this meeting some while ago, and I think really if anyone thinks that this is a well-run democratic council is in a parallel universe. I've been involved for around 40 years, either on the council or pretty damn close to it, and as I said in a previous debate, this is the worst I've ever witnessed a council, full stop. It is diabolical. It's a basket case and it needs reformation. I think anything that can be done to restore democracy, transparency, to improve member involvement and engagement in it, not a sort of a top-down, this is what you're going to do, but we might give you 2 minutes to sort of say why you don't like it. I think we actually need to look at the way that BCP operates, root and branch. And quite frankly, you know, I know that there are certain people who can say, well, we're quite comfortable as it is, we've got our allowances, we've got this, we've got that, but we really need change. And anything that takes us a little way down that road and starts to identify the change we need and starts to make the changes we need will be beneficial. And the people of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole will appreciate it big time, because at the moment they are as frustrated, or the majority of the people out there are as frustrated as we are as members in the way things operate. So I support this wholeheartedly, with modifications or without modifications, because we really do need to get cracking in sorting this out.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the proposal that members shouldn't be directors of company, unfortunately, it's a little bit too generic, and the reason is that companies which the council are involved with are varied. They vary from charitable trusts, that they may well be self-contained businesses only operating within the council environment, like housing or something like that. They're set up for different reasons, and so you cannot generalise on whether somebody should be a director or not, because they were set up for different reasons. In particular, they're set up to, I would suggest, circumvent some of the financial aspects of running a council, and things you can do as a private business or registered business that you can't do if you do it within the council, for example, which is operating entirely commercially. They can often do it with beneficial rates from government borrowing, and they're out there competing against the free market. And yet, you know, you've got directors that are not being paid. How lovely is it for a private company to have directors that are coming in doing a really job is to lead all, and that includes me and all of the people in this chamber. You can't do that if you're managing the finances, which is a full-time job in itself.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Thank you. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and actually probably an apt time for me to come in, because I very much do reflect on, you know, that what we need to now do as a council and how we need to move forward collectively together around, you know, creating an environment that is much more positive. And I get that that's a responsibility that has to start with me. Because of that, I'm absolutely not going to respond to the tone effectively we've seen opposite. One thing I will call out is to say that, you know, some items have moved on. Well, yes, they have moved on, haven't they? You know, look at the budget. Now, look where we are. Name another upper-tier authority that's in a better financial position for MTFP than we are. Fantastic work by a lot of people, a lot of hard work, and because we put these organisations together and delivered LGR, we've been able to do that. What else has moved on? Well, just look at what's happened even in the last few weeks. You know, increased budget cafes. You know, we've got more all-member seminars. We've got a governance review coming. We've got we just had another peer review. You know, more and more we're trying to bring forward. We've just engaged, you know, in our communities in a way we've never. Constitution. That's the right way to talk about these things. Constitution. That's the right way to talk about these things. Do it properly, in detail, independently led, fantastically experiencedly led. You know, across party. That's the way to do this stuff, rather than playing politics. So, look, you know, you're absolutely right. Things have moved on, and I wish we could move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to start by agreeing with one thing that Councillor Slade said when she said that we had been wasting some time over here speaking earlier, because clearly the words that I used about needing a more grown-up debate were very much lost on some of the members sitting opposite us. And what I'd like to do is just to reflect a little bit on a personal experience in that this isn't the first council, local authority that I've been involved in, apart from just the predecessing one. Things. Stop opposing for the sake of opposition. We heard both the proposer and the seconder of this motion talk about the LGA peer review and having been into meeting with them. Well, we were also, as Cabinet, in a meeting with them, with CMB, and the message came very, very clearly.
In the delay of several months, how very inconvenient for your narrative that we're being able to report a much improved financial situation. In terms of the element of this motion, which refers to council members being company directors, and it just looks bad, I don't find that hugely analytical, and I don't find it really helpful. It doesn't reflect the individual legal advice which is received and considered in the case of every one of those companies as they were set up, but of course step back. Councillors come from the community, and we necessarily reflect that in our Makers Chamber, and through an immensely challenging and granular budget round, is that Councillor Mellor's grasp of the finances at both macro and micro level is detailed, forensic and ferocious. Come along to the Budget Cafe and test his mettle. And to be clear, both the most effective leaders I have sat with in this chamber have held that portfolio. However, in closing, as a charter trustee of Paul...
I'd just really like to remind Chair. Beg your pardon. I'd just like to remind Councillor Green, actually, that proper governance is not childish, and proper democracy is not childish either. It's quite clear from the national press and from the petitions that we've heard in other councils, and also from the by-elections. Let's not forget that the heavily conservative area of Highcliffe just voted 12.5% Conservative in the last by-election. That trust has been lost, and it needs to be restored. It desperately needs to be restored. And if the Conservatives don't think that, then they're in for a bit of a shock when it comes to next May. I would just like to remind Council that actually the proposal is not to remove the right of members to be directors. It is removing cabinet members, and that's a fairly small pool of which we are all members. And I'd just like also to remind the leader, when he says that things have changed, seems to say that things have changed for the better. I really don't think that the finances that are frozen, all but statutory expenditure, is a good improvement. The only reason that we're in the financial, that things have improved, is because spending has stopped. Spending has stopped. We've already heard from Councillor Brown that anything but statutory expenditure has stopped on climate change, and that's the reason, because somebody has had to stop you spending money, and that's why it's got a bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting listening to the comments and the quotes that we've had so far this evening from various parts of the chamber. I was a little disappointed with comments to start with, which described this motion as superficial and not a minute's thought being put into it, which is completely...
Criticise people and bring in, you know, the mayorship in...
From the Chief Executive.
Yes, I mean, my point was simply to make the point about the mayorship. So if any offence was caused, I'd quite happily withdraw that. I was just really making a statement of fact, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That is clearly not an apology.
The Chief Executive will talk to you outside, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I look forward to an opportunity to meet with the Chief Executive to explore the discriminatory comments which have been made.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, as Mr. Chairman, sorry. Yeah.
That's you, Councillor Trent.
As this spat was resulting on comments that Councillor Green made about myself, maybe in the spirit of apology, she should apologise for actually dragging that in there. I am speaking as a member of BCP Council and representing a lot of people who are left behind in this town. and to find my role as mayor being attacked, Mayor of Poole being attacked from someone who doesn't even attend the Charter Trustees, despite their right to, you know, I think I would be entitled to an apology, but I didn't get up to do it, but if we are going to share apologies, I think I should have an apology for that.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Green, is there anything you'd like to address to Councillor Trent at this point?
I'd be very happy to have a conversation with Councillor Trent away from this. Thank you, Councillor Rampton, for the expression toxic environment, because that completely sums up the behaviour to which I've been subjected. And I think in terms of making clear-headed decisions, it might be sensible to have that conversation later.
So then, I guess like that, we need to move back to the recommendation, the substantive item.
Okay. Move back to the recommendation of the substantive item. Councillor Stribley, who have... Councillor Broadhead, yes. 1 second, Councillor Stribley.
Chairman, in virtue of the fact that it's now 10:30, I'd like to move 38.13 that the motion now be put.
That was my intention at this point. We'll move to...
So, you have to take a vote on whether the motion should now be put.
Okay, can I have a vote, please, that the motion now be put? Agreed, thank you. Yeah.
May I ask that each of the items within the motion is voted on separately, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the suggestion is that we take...
Could we have a recorded vote on that as well, please?
So we're not going...
Back to A&G outside of this.
Councillor Broadhead.
In order to take the votes individually, do we not require a vote on that? To split the motion.
I would assume so.
It's essentially an amendment of the motion.
Yes, please. Yes, I would, yes. It's my decision to take one each time, separate vote for each item.
Yeah, Councillor Stribley has...
Councillor Stribley, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. The heating went off in this chamber several hours ago. I have resorted to putting my coat on, but I am getting really uncomfortably cold, and I'm sure I'm not the only one here. Please, can we expedite matters?
So, okay, we'll move to the vote for individual items, please. 1A. Oh, please. I'm so sorry. There was so much excitement. Councillor Earl, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take long. I think when I wrote this motion, I actually did a huge amount of research into looking at other councils' constitutions, into finding out from colleagues how they do it on their council, and for it to be sort of brushed aside as like, oh, well, you haven't thought about it much, is really quite, personally insulting. But maybe I should have thought about that before I came here. Maybe I should have put a bit more effort into explaining the legalities around why the wording was in this way, and so on. But things like company directorships, we're not talking about charities, we're not talking about external companies, we're talking about the companies that exist within the council that are financed by the council. So many other councils do not have company directorships. It's just not part of how they do things because it does actually just look bad. And there's no real reason for having those anyway within our council. And I think also, just to talk about governance review, you know, Councillor Slade, when she was leader of the council, she had committed to a governance review. We were, as soon as the leader took over, talked about doing a governance review, and now the only reason we're having one is because we may have to or may not have to take a capitalisation grant from the loan from the government. So I don't mind. I mean, if we want to split these up and vote on them separately, that's fine with me. But I think what's important is really to try and support where you can, because I think that we need to do something. Like Councillor Green said, it's a toxic environment. And I think that if we could at least look at some of these areas and go about making these changes, then we can win back a bit more confidence in residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Right, okay, straight to the vote, no more debate. 1A, those in favour? As amended, indeed.
That looks pretty, well, it's clearly a majority.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. 1B, please, those in favour? Thank you. And then those against? Any abstentions, please? So that was lost. 1C, those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? 4, 5, 6, 7 abstentions.
Yes, that's lost.
It's lost 23 to 31. 1D, those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And abstentions, please. 2, 3. That was lost 24 to 33. And 2A. Those in favour?
What's this?
28, yeah. Those against, please.
Sorry, just ask for the hands to be very high on this one to see everybody. There's a couple of us. 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, 16, 17, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13,
30.
28 to 30.
And that's lost 28 to 30. Abstentions, please, sorry. Abstentions. 3 abstentions. So that's lost 28 to 30. Thank you, members. Councillor Pedowin.
Thank you, Chair. You mumbled the figures, but I'm afraid I certainly wasn't able to hear them all, so could we have them read out?
Yes, of course.
For all the votes.
1A was carried, 1B was 23 for, 31 against, 2 abstentions. 1C was 23 for, 31 against, 7 abstentions. D, 24 for, 33 against, 3 abstentions. And 2A, 28 for, 30 against, 3 abstentions. Thank you. Takes us to... There's one item, we're slightly overdue for a break. Would anybody feel... Two items. Sorry, I was misguided. Your fault. And your emergency, yeah. So I would suggest a break. If you could be back in 14 minutes, please. No.
Just move it 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We start the live stream. Ms Jones, thank you. Thank you, members, for resuming your seats once again. We're now on to item C, White Ribbon Accreditation. BCP Council explores options to become a White Ribbon accredited organisation by forming a working group, completing the necessary training, developing an action plan and paying the appropriate accreditation fee for White Ribbon UK. Councillor Evans, I call upon you to move your motion.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Chair, Council. From a young age, those who identify as female are told they should follow the rules. They should avoid walking alone in dark areas, they should dress conservatively, and they should only drink in moderation. If they don't follow the rules, not only could they be attacked, raped or murdered, but it will be seen as their own fault. Research shows that the overwhelming majority of women have been subjected to some form of harassment or sexual violence. It is time to stop making the victims responsible for their safety and address the causes. In July 2021, the government launched its strategy for tackling violence against women and girls, stating that it is an unacceptable, preventable issue which blights the lives of millions. Crimes of violence against women and girls are many and varied. They include rape and other sexual offences, stalking, domestic abuse, honour-based abuse, revenge porn and upskirting, as well as many others. These crimes are deeply harmful, not only because of the profound effect they can have on victims, survivors and their loved ones, but also because of the impact they can have on wider society, impacting on the freedom and equality we should all value and enjoy. 99% of rapes, 95% of serious domestic violence cases, and 93% of all murders are carried out by men. Not all men are violent, but almost all violent people are men. So, if they are the problem, let's help men become the solution. White Ribbon is the UK's leading charity engaging men and boys to end violence against women and girls. Its aim is to change long-established and harmful attitudes, systems and behaviours around masculinity that perpetuate gender inequality and men's violence against women. So why should BCP Council work with them? Well, organisations have an important role to play in shifting the societal attitudes and beliefs that prevent gender equality and create an environment where harassment, abuse and violence is more likely. This ties in very well with our corporate strategy and the Community Safety Partnership that we discussed earlier this evening. Gaining White Ribbon accreditation ensures organisations take a strategic approach to ending male violence against women by engaging with men and boys, changing cultures and raising awareness. Accreditation is gained through 3-year cycles of committing to change, developing an action plan, delivering the action plan, reviewing progress and planning next steps. The charity provides help and support throughout this process. Many other comparable organisations have already gained White Ribbon accreditation. It's time for BCP Council to join them. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this motion and answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Slade, I understand you wish to second the motion.
Yes, but I reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. I could open this up. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Councillor Evans for bringing a motion. The work of violence against women and girls is complex and takes many forms that we as a council may get involved in. As a council, it is important to remember that we are not only a provider of services, but we're also one of the largest employers on the South Coast. And more importantly, we are all community leaders. Our commitment to the illumination of discrimination, harassment, victimisation is well documented, and as leader of this council, I take that commitment seriously. Therefore, we fully support any initiative that reduces hate crime, and this includes domestic violence and all forms of harassment and violence against women and girls. It is clear that attitudes and behaviours towards women in the home, in the streets and in the workplace have to change. This is important and is reflected in the vital pieces of work which led to the introduction of BCP Council's Women's Staff Network Group, who are by far the largest of our network groups with over 200 members. It was introduced after the horrific murder of Sarah Everard, the Me Too movement and the Reclaim the Streets initiative, and they have been instrumental in leading on work against harassment in the workplace and also with the implementation of our equalities footprint. Just this week, our community safety team met with one of the chairs of the Women's Network. They have a wellbeing subgroup which has been looking at the issues around safety. Representatives of the Women's Staff Network Group also sit on the Equalities Assessment Panel, which ensures that all our equalities assessments are completed to the highest standard and gives meaningful consideration to the impact that our decisions will have on women as well as other aspects of identity. I'm also pleased to report that we have allies at senior management level to support the Women's Staff Network Group, which includes men who work within the organisation. We also have Jess Gibbons, a corporate director, who is our designated champion for women, so their voices can be heard at the top of the organisation and their experiences in the workplace can be understood and their voices heard. But our work cannot and is not limited to just about attitudes within the workplace, and we should be ensuring that we reach all sectors of our communities. And I'm very happy to support and welcome the motion put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Dove, please.
Thank you. As Councillor Miller stated, our work cannot and is not limited to just about attitudes within the workplace and careless, silly statements. We should be ensuring that we reach all sectors of the communities, both within and outside of this council. That's why we as an administration, as a council and as a community leader support the education of men, especially men of the future who are now our sons as they grow up to be the next generation. The Safer BCP Preventing Domestic Abuse strategy was adopted in 2021, and as you've heard, it's overseen by the Community Safety Partnership, which comprises of many agencies. This multi-agency work collectively and collaboratively aspires to achieve the ambitious aim that no resident living within or visiting BCP should live in fear of harassment, victimisation, or experience domestic abuse. And this applies to all, not exclusively only those within the relationship. It applies to anyone who experiences harm or the effect of domestic abuse, including children where abuse is witnessed. So our work to date has been focused on offering training and awareness programs to schools so that domestic abuse is recognised from an early age to be the abhorrent and cruel crime that it is. And over the next 2 years, there are key programs around prevention and engagement. This will promote healthy relationships and behaviours for men and boys via delivery to schools and community groups so that we create long-term change and not just short-term fixes. The strategy isn't just to support victims, it's to work with perpetrators so that the cycle of abuse can be broken, not just in their future relationships, but in the relationships with their children too. And the programme has proved successful in reducing reoffending rates and reducing risk while supporting families. We also run a range of services across the council and partners, ensuring that our multi-agency processes to manage high-risk cases are always effective. More recently, we conducted a needs assessment which will support future commissioning services. But we tend to do more. And within BCP, we will create an environment to make telling easier, make our response balanced and timely, develop specialist knowledge to improve our understanding of violence against women and girls, and how comments and thoughtless statements can be harmful in that work, evaluate the effectiveness of our policies and our procedures, and make telling a positive experience. But with that in mind, particularly making telling easier and make telling a positive experience, the white ribbon motion isn't just here as a signal virtuing tool that members can stand up, wave around, speaking pretty words in order to gain cheap headlines. During this last council meeting and today, there have been emails, tweets and actions when someone has spoken up to represent women and how they may feel within this chamber. I would like to think that actually we will work together and we will be listening to our women, regardless of whether it's politics over people. We'll understand the impact that actions can take and how women can feel. So back to the matter in hand. The White Ribbon Campaign is therefore closely aligned with all the work that we have underway, and I would be very pleased to take this motion back to our Domestic Abuse Strategy Group to encourage them to consider signing up as a partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Butt-J, please.
Yes, thank you very much. This is obviously a very laudable motion, and obviously there's not one person in the chamber, I'm sure, that would disagree with it. We also have Clare's Law, which of course was about violence of people who are dating people, and due to Claire dying, that was brought in so that people are now checked out if you're dating. You can have a check and you can ask the police to come along and speak to that individual on your behalf, which is an excellent law. I 100% support this, but I really do feel that I don't want us to be in a position where we're feeling that we're victimising other genders and none, because all genders and none are quite capable of perpetrating violence upon all genders and none. So therefore, what I would like to do is obviously to acknowledge Councillor Evans' motion and support that wholeheartedly, but to widen it to add to the motion, so the motion as stands as is. That I'll get my specs on because I've written this down. Widening the scope of BCP's concerns to include violence from all perpetrators on all victims, so that really covers the scope. The white ribbon motion is excellent, but we must also be mindful, and as Councillor Dove also raises, it's about everybody being victimised and about being hurt by others. So it's all genders and none, and how they might perpetrate violence upon all genders and none. I'm trying to choose my words very carefully. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So are you proposing that as an amendment, Councillor Butt?
Yes. In addition to Councillor Evans' motion as she has put, as it stands, to say, sorry, sitting and reading is difficult, but I want to respect the chair, widening the scope of BCP's concern to include violence from all perpetrators on all victims. You can add of all genders and none. I don't know whether you'd want to do that. I just want to be very careful as to my wording. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Evans, could you respond to that, please, with your thoughts?
Yes, I completely agree that all victims do need our concern and our support, but this is a very targeted initiative to specifically address violence against women and girls.
Thank you. Councillor Butt, your wording it's prepared and you're ready to send it out, yes?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course I will.
Thank you. And we'll seek agreement of council for that amendment. We're just having a discussion, Councillor, but because whilst amendments can often enhance and expand, it's actually the Democratic Services are considering the fact that it's actually moving away from the motion itself. So it may be a question of approaching it with a different motion at a different time. Could you just bear with...
The Chamber doesn't support the non-violence, it doesn't support the violence of...
Well, we'll... Councillor Slade.
Might I suggest that the White Ribbon campaign is the White Ribbon campaign.
Exactly,
it is
yes.
a campaign by men, for men, against women. I don't see... I mean, the only way it might work is as a separate thing that was a completely separate item that this council also notes, but it can't be within that same thing because it would undermine the white ribbon.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. So, Councillor Butt, if you would understand the position I'm in here, I think that's absolutely laudable, which I would support, but I think it would need a separate, more thought-out motion rather more than amending something which is specific to the white ribbon accreditation. Would you be happy at this point to withdraw that, but let us all work together on it for a separate individual specified motion?
I'm disappointed that it can't be accepted today, but I will go with the feeling of the Council Chamber. It is important that the white ribbon motion is supported. But
absolutely. Absolutely, yes. I would be full square behind it, and I'm sure that Councillor Dove and others, and certainly those bringing this, would work on a wider basis. And thank you very much for leading that thought, which is really important. But thank you for withdrawing the amendment at this point. Thank you. Any other? Councillor Farr, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. Just like to say a few words in support of this motion this evening. Ending male violence against women is an issue close to my heart. I was fortunate to attend a White Ribbon event last year alongside BCP Chairman Nigel Hedges. I met some strong women who are empowering themselves by spreading awareness and supporting each other. It's really encouraging to see. It needs to be said, to end male violence against women, it takes us men to make a difference as allies and pledge to end it. The campaign is particularly significant with what has been happening to females in Iran. It's important we collectively make our voices heard. I'm pleased to support this motion as it will continue the good work already being done in BCP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Butler, I think you indicated next, please.
Yeah, really just a bit of information from Councillor Evans. It talks about the accreditation fee. Do you know how much that is and how long it lasts for? Is it every year or a one-off fee? Thank you.
Councillor Evans, thank you.
Sorry, I was going to wait till the end and answer that. It's £1,000 a year.
Thank you. Could I now invite you to sum up? Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Evans, for bringing this motion this evening. If I were feeling slightly lighter than I currently am, I think I might say this is the definition of irony. It's beyond that. I had researched the initiative ahead of this evening's meeting, but I did not expect to see a worked example set out so clearly in this chamber. The White Ribbon organisation states, our mission is to prevent violence against women and girls by addressing its root causes. Our aim is to change long-established and harmful attitudes, systems, and behaviours around masculinity that perpetuate gender inequality and men's violence against women. White Ribbon's UK's work is preventative. We want to end violence before it starts. The suppressed violence and menace implied in the statement addressed to me, and further implied that it should be at the hands of my partner, shows exactly the pernicious and damaging attitudes which continue to prevail under the gloss of plausible social conformity. I am not the first, but I hope that I will be amongst the last to be addressed in such a way in this chamber. It's indicative of the it's okay, it's joke approach, which absolutely isn't okay, and it gives covering fire to violent and coercive behaviour here and across the world. It starts here, it starts tonight. Councillor Evans, thank you for the work that you've done in bringing this before us, and I hope that all members will fully commit to this and further to hold others to account for their behaviour. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you. Councillor Evans, would you like to sum up, please?
Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone so much for their support, to Councillor Mellor and Councillor Dove for highlighting the excellent work that's already going on within the Council. And I think this is a real positive step forward to really tackling violence against women and girls. So thank you everyone so much.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. If we could move to the vote, please. Those in favour, please. Any against? Abstentions? Thank you. Thank you very much. D. Local authority funding for respite care. The BCP Council writes to His Majesty's Government to seek enhanced funding for local authorities for the provision of additional short breaks for parents of children with disabilities due to the proven preventative benefits on parental mental and physical health and on parental couple relationships, citing research by York University into the health of mothers of children with serious illness, pro bono economics on the impact of respite on parental mental health, and Bournemouth University and Julia's House on the impact of respite on parental relationships. Councillor Brooke, I call upon you to move your motion.
Fine, thank you, Chair. And I'm more than happy to propose this motion. I will be brief, bearing in mind the time, and hope that debate is relatively brief and totally supportive, because it is, to a large extent, a no-brainer in this instance. When I was Disabilities Champion on Poole Council some 8 to 10 years ago, one of the most frequent issues raised by parents to me was the issue of respite care, and at that time, basically, the lack of it and the effect it was having on their lives. Now, there's not a lot one could do in those situations. The evidence was basically anecdotal. Since then, there has been significant research by Bournemouth University, York University, and other organisations on a national basis, which goes to show the information that I provided, the background information I provided in terms of the impact on mothers, in terms of their life expectancy, on the mental health of parents, and also on the cost to the government of families splitting and having to pay benefits and so on. So it seems reasonably sensible for the government to actually provide sufficient funding for the necessary additional respite care that is very much needed for those parents who have got children with significant disabilities. And all that this motion is doing in this first instance is to ask the Council to write to the government seeking additional funding for the respite care and quoting the evidence that has been gained over the last few years. So I would really hope that you can all support this, preferably with no debate at all, bearing in mind the time, but if people do wish to have their say, then let's have that debate. So I thus propose.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Slade, I understand you wish to second the motion.
Reserve my right to speak, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Gosh, it's been a long evening. I'll be brief. I would like to thank Councillor Brooke and Councillor Slade for the motion. As portfolio holder for children, I'm very happy to support this and to take this up. In fact, I'm always happy to continue campaigning for additional funding for disadvantaged children and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any other? Councillor Hadley, please.
Ever so briefly, Chair, I strongly support this. I think it's really important that we look after carers. They are a hidden workforce with immense value to the area. Obviously, doing things for love, for their families, and 24/7. And so anything we can do to help them to do that, to carry on, because the impact on them personally is very significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Any other contributions? Councillor. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. I'd just like to thank again the mover and the seconder. We're in a good position with our carers review, with the respite raffle that we did earlier this year as well. We're making our mark, and I think it's only right that we go up to central government and asking for more support. So we've got a first step forward, so hopefully the government can come back and we can start going down the path together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Anybody else like to contribute before I ask Councillor Brooke to sum up? Councillor Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. Just to say thank you for the support that's given, and let's hope that it achieves it. I am planning on taking this beyond the council, this council, to all the other councils across the country, so that there is sufficient pressure brought onto government for them to at least make some sort of response.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Can we ask members to vote? Show those in favour, please. We'd like to think that's unanimous. Any against? And abstentions? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 13, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. I'll ask the Chief Executive to advise members of the urgent decisions taken. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair. In the 5 months since the last Council meeting on 12th of July, I've taken 3 urgent decisions. One was the appointment of the independent chair of BCP Future Places Limited, Lord Kerslake. One was for the appointment of a non-executive director of BCP Future Places, Pat Hayes. And one was to approve the recommendations in the report approved by Cabinet for the Council New Build Housing and Acquisition Strategy. So those 3 decisions are the urgent decisions I've taken since the last Council meeting. And can I just mention to members that I did have an email confirming that Councillor Julie Bagwell had given her apologies for this evening, but they hadn't arrived, so we've added those to the apologies.